All right. All right, I believe we're live now. So, we're out on Upper Red Lake. I just attempted to do a live video out here about 10 minutes ago, and I think we may have had some technical issues. So, if you are back on the live stream here, if you're back watching, let me know in the comment section. It's always nice to get a little confirmation on the technical side that everything's working. And yeah, so whether or not you guys are here, I'm gonna be fishing. So either way, we're giving her a rip. And I repositioned my phone. I don't know. We might have lost some service there, possibly. It says everything's good now though. But just one of those deals. We're in northern Minnesota, so nothing's a guarantee, of course. So anywho. Say hi in the comment section. All right, we got a thumbs up. We got a hi from Nick. Thumbs up from Eric. We got Austin in the chat here. Are they letting people stay out after dark? I don't think so. What's up, Jim Seagraves, the man over at Otter? How's it going, man? All right. Are you sticking around this time? I'm going to try and stick around this time, Frank. I'm going to give it my best go, but no guarantees. No guarantees with this northern Minnesota weather. Northern Minnesota service. Got the big man, Brett McComas, in the chat. We got Jason. How's it going, Jason? Austin. Michael. All right, hi from Alberta. There we go. You guys probably have some good ice fishing in some of those higher altitude spots right now, or maybe everywhere now. I don't know. Okay, Joe said it's much better. Jim said to catch some fish. All right, so it has not been like a super great evening, and I just went live about 10 minutes ago, and I think I survived. Lasted about 5 minutes before I eventually lost everything, and the stream dropped. And basically, like, I don't know if it was on the stream or not, but I actually did get a bite, and it's been quiet this evening. Like, not a lot of bites, but also just like not a lot of fish looking around. So my thought process with this whole deal here is I'm just gonna be, and I said this last time, but I don't know if it was breaking up or if you guys even heard me talking last stream. So I'm just out here fishing, and the bite is kind of slow, and I'm gonna be fishing for at least a little bit here. So either I can sit here and just go like super concentrated. There's a fish over there. So I'm gonna talk a little quieter now because we're in 10 feet of water. But we'll see if he closes the gap. Looks like he's about 7 feet away. We'll see. So either I could concentrate really hard on my screen, or I could watch some YouTube videos or scroll through social media. And all those, are things people do when they're on the ice and the fish aren't moving through. But my other thought was, or I could just go live and fish with you guys. Because fishing with people is way more enjoyable, in my opinion. Even if you aren't sitting in here with me, hopefully it, kind of feels like we're fishing together anyway. So that's my thought process. There's some fish rolling in. And there's one right there. Come on. Do it for the stream. Do it for the folks at home. Okay. He's not liking that. I'm going to try not to scare him, but I'm going to put it down to the bottom here. I do have a dead stick to the, I guess left. It's left on the screen for you guys. And the fish is just swimming underneath that dead stick right now. And, ooh, is it turning around? Is it coming back? No, it's not. So, basically the setup right now is we have a active jigging rod. You can see it right here. And then to the left of it, about 1, 2, 3 feet, we have a rattle reel. So if you hear that dinner bell ringing, you know there's a walleye on the other end. Or maybe, you know, another species. But anywho, so that's the setup. And let's just check in to see what y'all are saying in the comments here. So sometimes I get distracted by fish and I fall behind on the comments. Hi from Iowa. Should I guess Frank hates my guts right now. Probably because I'm out, I'm guessing. It's raining here in the mountains today. Yeah, rain would be less than ideal. We haven't had barely any precipitation, which is, even though it hasn't been that cold, like we still have some ice because we don't have snow and all that wrecking it. 3/16 ounce gold coffin spoon is fire, said Eric. Ooh, is that a fish right there? Sneaking right under us here. Come on. As soon as I turn the stream on, the fish just starts showing up left and right, apparently. Okay, we are going to sneak our way back down to the bottom here. Ooh, he really moved erratically on that, didn't he? Ooh, there he is. He's still here. Seems like today, if they're not coming right up for it, they're just going to sit there and stare at it and not close the gap. So, ooh, here he is. There we go. All right. Ooh. Just like that. We got a walleye on the stinking board. Did he spit that hook? Yeah, he did. Sweet. There we go. Upper Red Lake. Walleye action. There we go, guys. How cool is that? I'll even go full screen. I mean, it ain't no giant, but when you go to Red Lake, I mean, this is pretty much what you're looking for right here. And, God, that thing's got to be just so stinking close to that 17-inch mark. So basically on Red Lake right now, I think they're allowing 1 over 17 inches. But aside from that, all the unders can be kept. But you know what? I have so much gear in here and so much stuff I'm going to have to deal with that I don't even want to worry about cutting up these fish. I eat plenty of fish and I don't need more of them right now, so I'm going to let him go. All right. Sweet. What do you guys think about that? That didn't suck. So that right there, just the glass buckshot, minnow head underneath. Of course in red, because it's you gotta do red when you're on Upper Red Lake. So there we go, just like that. That was the weapon of choice, and well, you guys saw it happen live. No camera tricks there. No trickery, just like actual live fishing right on the spot. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know. So anyway, that's cool. It's actually, I'm gonna be like honest and transparent with you. Like, I have not marked a lot of fish in the last hour or two. Like, it's been really quiet, and like I said earlier in the stream, like, I just turned on the stream because I thought, it would make it a little bit more enjoyable, even if I wasn't marking some fish. So, anywho, well, that's that. I'm kind of excited. I think I can, like, sit back and just for, like, 15 seconds have a little drink of this stuff. Ooh. If I don't drink any beverages during the course of this stream, I'm gonna end up with a sore throat. It was just like over at the St. Paul Ice Show. It didn't take me very long into the day to end up getting a sore throat, just like chatting with people the whole time. So, anywho, I'm gonna check in on the comments here. Let's see, we got a lot of people pumped about the catch, of course. Michael Gates says the bite is definitely off. Yeah, that has been the word on the street, and also what I've been seeing as well. Seeing and hearing. I mean, we caught some fish today. We went away from the crowds a little bit. I was fishing with my buddy Brad Hawthorne, who a lot of people a lot of you probably know. And then I was with Matt and Brian as well. So we had a little motley crew, fished for a handful of hours and had a good time, and caught a decent number of walleyes. Not like a lot, but as I was coming out, so I came out a little late because I had a little extra baggage and a little extra gear that I had to pack this morning. So these guys got a little bit of fishing in the morning before I did. And so I got here about lunchtime. I shouldn't say a little. They got a good amount more fishing than I did. But I was coming out about lunchtime, and there were some people coming back that said, "Man, I just we didn't catch anything, or we got one, or we saw a fish, but basically they just kind of would come up and slowly grab the bait or not grab the bait at all." So that's kind of what I've been hearing anyway. All right, let's see here. My buddy TJ said I should have ran over there and snagged some walleyes with him tonight. That might have been a better bite. Glad to see the live back again, says Chris. All right. Wish I was at the ice show. I couldn't go because I probably can't even say that word, or I'll get demonetized on this website. Or not even demonetized, they'll probably shut me down. But that's a bummer, man. Yeah, the sicknesses are bad. I just had back-to-back, our family had back-to-back sicknesses, and I know another buddy who got sick 3 times in a row, where he was sick for 5 days and then good for a day, and then got a totally different sickness, and did that 3 times over. So how thick is the ice that you are on? The ice that I'm on is, let's see, it's about 1.5 inches. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably 8 inches or so right underneath me right here. Where are you fishing? Says Matt Zanuski. Well, Matt should know because he was fishing with the crew earlier here today. So we are on Upper Red Lake. I think I put that on the title, but I'm not going to give you too hard of a time on that one. What Garmin head unit is that? Is that the LVS 34? Yes, this is the LVS 34. Just recently picked that up. Let's see here. Try the old classic here, fishy on stream. Alright, if I get really desperate, if we don't mark anything for a while, I may bust out the here fishy. Alternatively, if we mark a fish that I really want to catch that's just not quite committing, I'll do the here fishy. I'll do it just for you. So anywho, what's going on with y'all? Because if you're gonna jump in the tent here with me and do some jigging, this can't be a one-way conversation. I need to know, have you guys been out on the ice yet? Let me know in the comments. Or if you've been scouting out ice and you feel like you've got, maybe some good ice. Well, geez, with how stinging warm it's going to be. I was going to say to look forward to this weekend, but I don't think we're going to be making any ice for the next couple days. So 10 feet of water, that's how deep we're fishing in, Matt. And for those of you that may have just hopped in here, right now we're on Red Lake, and I got my active jigging rod right here, as you can see. But I also have a dead stick right to it's to my right, but it's to your guys' left on the screen there. So it's about 3 feet away. That's just got, it's a little rattle reel action. So that's about it. No ice in St. Lawrence. Sounds like. Austin said he's heading up there this weekend. Any tips? Okay. Upper Red Lake tips. There's a number of things to think about when you're on Upper Red Lake. Number one is the fact that right away, the first week maybe 2 weeks, maybe a little bit after that, depending on how it all shakes up and moves around and whatever. The bite is not always gangbusters right away. So don't feel bad if you don't kill it. If you make the trip all the way up to northern Minnesota and don't kill it, maybe if you're coming down from Iowa or Minneapolis or anything like that, the bite can be harder. The fish are here. The fish are hanging out. Okay, so Brett says it's usually like the first week and a half to 2 weeks, and the water is still dirty with the heavy winds and waves before freeze up. Yes, exactly. So that's what you're looking at. So don't feel bad if you don't cream them when you come up here on very, very early ice. But as things have had the chance to settle and the clarity starts to improve, that's when the bite gets ridiculous. And every bad day I've had on the ice has been like that first week or two of fishing. And then like every single time that I've been out here after that period, I've pretty much never had a bad day out here. So it's a really cool lake. One thing that I like about it is just the fact that it feels like you're fishing for fish that are up in Canada. Or like, it feels like you're fishing for fish that aren't as pressured, which is ridiculous because Red Lake is so incredibly pressured this time of year. But with that being said, whatever it is, the fish are very, very bitey. This is like one of the few lakes in Minnesota where you can actually use a rattle bait and catch a bunch of fish, you know, outside of like those little secret ponds that folks are fishing. But there's just a little bit dirtier water. So you can use baits that are a little bit more aggressive. So whether that's like a rattle bait, or like a 1/4 ounce, like buckshot style vertical spoon. Make sure you pack the minnows. Minnows is, it's like what, you know, we're walleye fishing here, so you're gonna want some minnows. But yeah, my best piece of advice would be, if they're allowing wheelers and snowmobiles and stuff like that, I would definitely recommend having that stuff because, probably my biggest piece of advice would be, as long as you can safely travel to these different areas, I would try and get away from the crowd. That's got to be like the biggest number one tip that I would advise. If they're doing dead stick is productive. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat and I get distracted. I saw the eyes emoji, which usually means someone sees something on screen there. So where was I at with that? Yeah, so I would get away from the crowds. That is like for sure something that I would try and do if possible. You don't want to be right in the middle of the riffraff with everybody competing for those walleyes that are in that little area. You want to go get some walleyes to yourself, would be my 2 cents. So do some traveling as long as it's safe on the ice. And then aside from that, as far as presentations go, like you can definitely get away with rattle baits and get bites, and that's a really fun way to fish. But if you just have like a super simple 1/8 ounce spoon, and I'm fishing on credit right now. I got to put another minnow head on there. But if you just take like an 1/8 ounce spoon, the color red is great, pink is great. The greens can be good out here as well. It's a little bit dirtier water. So like glows can be really good. And then, you know, if you've got like a blue light, you can glow your bait up a little bit to make it pop a little bit more. So active jigging presentations is great. I'm not going to recommend a depth or anything like that because it just depends on the day. I'd recommend playing, you know, deeper and shallower and just kind of experimenting on any given day. But then one thing that you for sure need on Upper Red Lake is you need to have set lines. I don't care if it's a tip up. I don't care if it's a dead stick. iFish Pro, Finicky Fooler. Well, you can't do jaw jackers and stuff like that in Minnesota, but any kind of dead stick presentation, because I've seen a number of times where, so in the state of Minnesota, you can have 2 lines. I've seen a number of times where guys come out and they're utilizing one of their lines as an active jigging rod, and then the other line is a dead stick. And I've seen days where 100% of the fish come on the dead sticks, and you just can't buy a bite actively jigging. So make sure you have dead sticks. But I've also seen days where literally every single fish comes actively jigging. So you have to have both, because you don't want to end up screwed because you just try to commit to one direction or the other. So that would be my 2 cents. And let's see here. I'm going to grab another minnow, rig up. I don't do anything crazy with my minnow setup, or with my doing meat on the spoon. All I do, this minnow's going wild. All I do is take the treble hook, poke it underneath the chin, come out through the top, and then pop it. Just pop the head off like that. So nothing crazy. You can leave a little bit of extra meat on there, but I just like to do the head. I think it gets the job done for me. All right, we're fishing again. We've got meat. So anywho, that's kind of my that's sort of my Red Lake tips. And now I'm going to check the comments here to make sure there weren't any follow-up questions. Just joined. How has the fishing been so far? Well, we haven't been live for very long, but the fishing on Upper Red Lake today has not been great. Well, at least it hasn't been great out of the area that I've been fishing. We caught some fish, and we kind of moved out away from the crowds and did okay. But the people that I was talking to that were coming off the lake in the middle of the day had a really hard time. Like, either didn't catch fish or maybe caught one or two. So that's what I've been hearing. Okay, let's see. Peanuts or tortilla chips or both? Asked Brett. Well, my biggest advice: protein first. You need to have peanuts. Extremely important. What's good about peanuts is they have a lot of protein in them. They're very, very calorie dense. And the thing about protein is, if you eat protein, it kind of sort of like suppresses hunger. So a little bit of these will go a long way. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I do have some tortilla chips as well. So I've been trying to eat less chips. Been kind of focusing on my figure a little bit lately. But I have tortilla chips because I just don't want to be out on the ice that long, without tortilla chips. They're really good if you're super hungry. So, what is my gain at, says Tony. My gain is at 75 right now. I had it a little bit higher, but then I bumped it down as we got into the evening here. So, what is your favorite ice auger? So right now, I'm a big fan of synthetic flights. Like, I feel like we're at a time and place where it's always going to be synthetic flights going forward. And I think it's always going to be electric going forward as well. So basically what I have is just like a Milwaukee drill with a razor ice auger. I have an 8-inch bit, and that's synthetic. So that's what I've been using this winter so far. And I got to play with my buddy Brad's. So I felt confident that it would be a good auger. So that's what I've been using. I wanted to go a little bit more lightweight, especially for this early ice bite. So the drill setup. But you know what? I have a feeling that I'm probably just gonna run with this drill setup and keep on rolling with it as we go later into the year, because it's I don't see very many disadvantages to using the drill even in the middle of winter. So you just need a few more batteries, which I have. So Would you switch to a rattle bait to get something to come in? I could. Yeah, I was fishing a rattle bait earlier, and they weren't coming in. But that is an option sometimes. It is kind of fun sometimes to do like a rattle bait dead stick 1-2 punch where you bring them in, you rattle them on in with that, and then sometimes they'll come in and look at you, and then they'll go over to the dead stick and finish it off. So it's not a bad idea. What? Barry Bonds. We got Barry Bonds in the chat. The great home run hitter. What line do you guys like to run? Asked Barry Bonds. So for me, I tend to go a little bit lighter than I think most folks do. I'll run, like, usually, it depends on the water clarity. Like, here on Red Lake, I'd feel comfortable with 8, but then I'm also not catching giant walleyes on Red Lake, so I just use 6-pound. Sometimes you have to consider, like, the whole balance of your entire setup as well. And I don't mean, like, physical balance of, like, your rod or whatever. But I mean, like if you have like a light spoon, you want line that's a little bit lighter so that that spoon straightens out the line. So just, it seems like a good all around, I feel like I'm going like a really long explanation here, but a really good all around setup for me is just going to be 6-pound test. And that's, you know, it could be mono, it could be fluoro. But regardless, like if I'm using a spoon or anything like that, I like to have like a little tiny little swivel and then fluorocarbon. So I like to have fluorocarbon by the line there. So by the way, I got to say thanks to Frank for signing up as a member and supporting the channel here in the live streams. So what's your favorite ice rod? All right, Gavin wants to know the favorite ice rod. That's a tough one. So it depends on what I'm fishing for. So let's just say it's walleyes. It's actually this one right here. So this is a tuned up 38. Yes, 38-inch power precision. And what I like about having a longer rod like that is just the fact that if you're fishing outside, it's nice to have a longer rod because you can stand up and fish comfortably. And yeah, and this is just like the perfect power in action for pretty much anything. Like, you can go a little bit lighter on Red Lake because you know you're not going to catch giant walleyes. But at the same time, you know, it's nice to have that extra power in case you hook up with like a big pike or something like that, or even a sturgeon. So there are sturgeon out here. We're probably not going to run into any, but I marked a really, really big fish. I was out here last week before the St. Paul Ice Show and marked a really big fish, and that turned out to be, well, we don't know for sure. I think it was a pike. But some people were thinking maybe sturgeon. But I asked a lot of people their opinions, and I looked at it a lot, and just based on the morphology of the fish and the fins and whatnot, I'm feeling confident it was a pike. But there are obviously big giant sturgeon swimming around in here as well. So one thing I'm curious about too, for the folks in the chat, what is going on with this stream? How does it look? Is everything clean, good? Am I cutting out or anything like that? I am in northern Minnesota. But the other thing I'm curious about too is how many people are watching, because I don't have I don't have that number right in front of me for whatever reason. When I'm looking at my streaming software right here, I think I see all the comments come through, but I don't get to see how many people are watching, and that's something just kind of fun to know. Okay, TJ asks, my buddy TJ asks, what shack are you fishing in? Okay, so this is a hub house, and this is the Otter Resort. So I used the lodge, which is basically like an 8x8 setup, 8 foot by 8 foot. I used that a bunch, but I decided, what the heck, why not like upsize a little bit and have a little bit more room for all my stuff. You guys can't see, but I come with just a stupid amount of baggage. So anybody who knows me or fishes with me knows that I don't pack light. And yeah, when you do a live stream out in the ice, how could you possibly pack light? I mean, there's just way too much gear you need. So anyway, I went with a bigger house to accommodate me. So right now I'm fishing in a big giant house, big giant hub house, and I'm doing it by myself. This is like a 3-person shack or more. So anyway, let's see what y'all are saying on the stream now. So fresh and clean, perfect audio. Okay, perfect. Okay, so it sounds like we're looking at right around 200 people watching right now, which is cool. Jason said he's watching. That's good. That's all I care about. All I care about is the folks that are here, right here watching. But I'm just curious. We're on Upper Red Lake, and like everybody's wondering what's... Oh, geez. Well, there we go. Everybody's just kind of curious and wondering. Ooh, he almost went back down the hole. Everybody's wondering what's going on with these guys. So I'm just going to let you guys know that there are still walleyes on Upper Red Lake. It was probably a zoo this last weekend. I was at the St. Paul Ice Show, so I wouldn't know. But these guys are still here. I saw it. He's saying in the chat. You know what? I'm too busy looking at the chat that I didn't even see when this guy came through and said hi. But here he is. We got him. Another Red Lake fish. God, that one must have came in fast. Maybe someone can give me the kind of the rundown on what happened with that one. But that guy came in fast. This is another fish that's almost like identical size to the last one we caught, where it's just like right on the edge of 17 inches. This one might be maybe a teeny bit above that. So either way, we're not keeping fish today. I'll save this one for whoever comes up this weekend. You guys can catch it if you want. So I just got too much stuff to deal with here. Ooh, there he goes. Normally I wouldn't care too much about some walleye slime on my fingers, but I'm touching my computer and whatnot here. So anyway, that's fish number 2. That doesn't suck, does it? Okay, well, things are rolling. That one also went on the glass buckshot in red. Red is just good on red. That's really easy to remember. You're not going to have a hard time remembering what color is good on Red Lake. Is Upper Red just a giant flat bottom lake like Winnipeg? Yeah, you know, it is very, very similar to Lake Winnipeg in that way. So just big flat bottom. The fish are just kind of cruising around. So actually right here, I'm not giving out any waypoints or anything, but right here, there is actually a little bit of structure. And for me, like, would I personally know that? I wouldn't know that, but I got buddies who know that. So special thanks and shout out to Brad Hawthorne for just being a stud and knowing a lot about this lake. He's guided on it a little bit, a couple years, I think. Handful of years ago, but you spend enough time out here, obviously you get a pretty good feel for what's going on. So anyway, it has not been a red hot day of fishing. There have been some fish. And we caught some fish today, but a lot of the reports we've heard have been like not good fishing. And I'm sure someone in the comments will be like, I don't know, my buddy was up there and he caught 20. But the fact of the matter is it's a really big lake, and they are biting somewhere. That's like, if there's one thing that you can take away from this stream, and I don't know why you take it away from this stream, but is somewhere in the lake there are fish biting. Doesn't matter how hard the bite is. That's why every tournament, you know, someone catches them. So, yes, Dave, I am on Brad's honey hole. All right. Well, that was kind of fun. I don't think there's going to be, especially if we keep on catching fish, I don't think there's going to be any way I'm going to be able to 100% keep up with the comments, but I'll try my best. What do we got going on here, guys? Oh, is that just the dead stick swimming around? Yeah, I think that's what we got going on here. Okay, Chris said that last fish appeared out of nowhere, right underneath my bait, and then hit it. So, that means that it either came from behind me or in front of me, because my transducer is pointed this way. So, that's good to know. I don't feel as bad, because that thing snuck up on me when I was reading the comment section. Dave said, I don't know if Mille Lacs is safe yet. I will say that Mille Lacs is not safe. There are some people fishing on Mille Lacs, but that does not mean that I wouldn't recommend that. That's not something that I think is a good idea right now. I mean, yeah. Okay, I just see Brett in the comment section there. Lots of open water on Mille Lacs. Some folks are sneaking out on protected bays. Yeah, so there may be some opportunities in some of those bays. I've driven by some of them and they're frozen, and I didn't look. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that lake is still open, and you know, once we get some cooler temperatures after this weekend, I could definitely see it locking up in a hurry. But I would just be really careful if you're going to even look at it. But I wouldn't recommend going out yet. Would be my 2 cents. And I'm definitely always going to err on the side of caution on early ice like this, because you know there's an okay amount of people watching this, and I definitely would not recommend just going out like that on ice that's edgy. So, Jake, how's it going, Jake? New ice augers setup working well? Yes, it is. So this will be like my first year. I've always been a big fan of like the full power head setup. And this will be my first like full season using a drill setup. So this is going to be the year where I decide if that's something that I really like or not. So, hi Nick from Southern Ontario, no ice here. Well, hopefully it'll be coming soon. I was actually talking to my buddy. It's not Southern Ontario, but over in Maine, and he was saying that they were actually going to get some like really cold weather here. So they may be making ice here pretty soon. So anyway, hopefully you get some ice here soon. Do I think Mille Lacs will be frozen up by New Year weekend? He has a 4-day weekend. Yeah, like it'll for sure be frozen up by then. That's kind of a really long ways away. Yeah, you won't have any issues. At that point, the question will be, can you get all the way out to the mud or not? And usually by then, it's no problem at all. But I guess I haven't looked at like the super long extended forecast. Got a little fish swimming around up there. Some might be tempted to say that some of these fish swimming around are crappies, but there's a lot of other stuff in here. And not everything you see floating around is a crappie, despite what some people say or think. Or, you know, people just get excited. They hope it's a crappie. So, Brett said, Mr. Target Walleye said, people are still sneaking boats out on the main lake of Gull, but others are able to sneak out on Gull ice in some protected areas. Yeah, that's just the name of the game this time of year. It seems like most folks are putting their boats away, and you know, like they're done with boats and they're ready for ice. But it does seem like if you really want to get your boat out, there's definitely places to do it pretty late into the season. But I mean, for me, I'm ready for ice this time of year, so that's what I'm chasing. Oh, so Eric said that some guys are ice fishing out in Maine right now already. There's YouTube videos and stuff. Yeah, that's very cool. We've had fishable ice here for a while. I guess I shouldn't say it hasn't been too long, but I haven't done like the pond sneaking stuff, to try and catch a bluegill type thing. I pretty much waited out till red and got out last week. Personally, here comes one. Set the hook. Hopefully, I'm ready for another one. Oh, or you guys saw it? I didn't even see it. I was too busy looking at busy looking at the chat here. Craig, how's it going? We got Craig in the chat. I see Craig all the time in the comment section on a lot of our YouTube videos here, and also in other people's comment sections. Craig is a diehard fish video consumer. What is my go-to walleye bait? Well, I'm gonna have to go with a minnow. But yeah, I mean, dead sticks and tip-ups are great, but for me, like, I like to jig as much as I can, and for me, it's gonna have to be a spoon. And yeah, I would say like the classic 1/8 ounce buckshot has been a go-to for me forever. But now it's the glass buckshot, just because it's just been like really, really effective for me this year. So, but anywho, it's kind of exciting we're out here doing this. Kind of surprised we caught 2 on stream so far, which is kind of cool. I do know last year when we were doing live videos, last year we were doing like underwater footage setup, and I had like these weed bed areas where there'll be panfish and there'll be bass and pike and stuff like that. So I lost my train of thought there. I keep on sneaking a peek at the comment section. And anyway, so we were using underwater cameras, and it's really cool to see the underwater world underneath you, right? And see the fish and see how they react. And then I know like a bunch of you were like, hey, like you should do walleyes. And then I was like, well, it's really hard to get walleyes on the underwater camera. Sometimes they come in when you're not moving. And then as soon as you start moving, they're like, never mind. So that's a thing, by the way. Just so you guys know. So, but that's why anytime if like I was just enjoying a beverage here, taking like a 2-second break from jigging, and of course the fish comes in. But anyway, anytime that happens, like you have to like just be. Ooh, look at that big fish up there, guys. You guys see him on the side there? Well, that had some pike vibes. Maybe big walleye. I don't know. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, if your rod is just sitting there and then a fish comes, like when you pick it up, don't like pick it up and just kind of grab it. Like slowly pick it up and just slowly start to work it, because if that fish is... Oop, there's another one. God, it's like squirrel. Is that swimming away now? Come on. Here, fishy, fishy. I'll do it for the chat. Here, fishy, fishy. Here, fishy, fishy. Well, we got a little bit of action going here. Am I ever going to finish this like tiny little 5-second tip? just subtly pick it up, because if you have like too much movement, like they're coming in to look at you, and like the bait's not moving, like they're just coming in to look at something that's hanging there, and so you might surprise them if you get too aggressive. So anyhow, that's the whole tip, guys. That's all I was trying to say. Okay, here. It's 2 fish. Yeah, like Dave said, you can spook them very, very easily for sure. So you just gotta be cautious. God, did you guys see how high that pike was riding? I actually caught. Is that a fish? I actually caught a pike earlier today, and that fish was like 2 feet under the ice, and you could tell instantly it was a pike. It was, well, because it was the shape of a pike, and yeah, and that thing came in and kind of did like the alligator roll and spun back on it and drilled it, and it was I mean, it was a fun moment, but it was just like 2 feet underneath the ice, so it was really riding super high. And that last one looked like it was the same, like it was like just barely underneath the ice, like a foot or two. So kind of cool. Josh asked if I ever get over to Wisconsin to fish. What are some of your favorite lakes? So I don't get over to Wisconsin a lot. It's really weird. I've talked about it a bunch of times with different people, and it's like, it's kind of, so I almost never go south. So I'm kind of in central Minnesota. There's another one. I almost never go south to like the cities or St. Cloud or anything like that. And then I also very rarely go east. So I pretty much never go to Wisconsin. Every now and then I go. But it seems like whenever I travel to fish, and I don't always need to travel like a lot. But there's definitely better fishing in other places than where I live. But when I do travel, it's usually like north, so like northern Minnesota or up into Canada, and alternatively out west to the Dakotas, can be really good, or western Minnesota. So all right, so we've had some good action here. Well, I shouldn't say good action. We've seen some fish on the screen. So that's something. But we have Hooked Outdoors who has a question. So the question is, what should you look for when early ice walleye fishing? So that is a very open-ended question, but I will try and tackle that as best as I can. So what I'm looking for is, number one, you're talking early ice. So number one, you're looking for areas that are safe to fish. So to have a good amount of ice, it depends on sort of, there's a lot of factors when it comes to safe ice, but personally, I really would prefer to be walking on at least 4 inches of ice, and I want to know that all the ice around me is at least that. But if I'm going to be walking out or doing anything like that, I'm going to be looking for spots that are somewhat close to shore, where I don't have to travel super far out to the middle of the lake. I wouldn't go fish like your favorite big giant walleye hump in the middle of the lake early ice. I would plan on fishing stuff that's closer to shore, and then for the most part, what I'm looking for is either structure or cover. So some lakes, it's going to be just getting out to that first break, that first inside corner, that first point, that first maybe sharp break area, whatever it is. Sometimes that is the key on some lakes, but aside from that, the alternative is fishing cover. And what cover means is if structure is like the break lines, and the humps and the flats. Then cover is basically, sorry, brain fart. Then cover is essentially like rocks or wood or weeds or anything like that. So if you know that there's like a rock pile in shallow water, that might be holding walleyes. But weed lines and weed patches and stuff like that, that usually, at least in the areas that I fish, finding good weeds on early ice can be really, really critical. And from there, it's just going to depend on the type of lake that you're fishing, where you're fishing, and then, if it's a lake where there's a lot of fish, that matters too. But a lot of the lakes around home where I live is you're looking at a situation where basically a lot of the fisheries are really clear, and so there may be short bite windows. So one thing that we like to do, a lot of our buddies like to do, is we like to go out and just go out for like those flash bites. So essentially, sneak out there after work, or maybe get off work a little bit early so you can get out there, and set up in an area, might be a weed line or something like that. And as soon as that sun hits the horizon, the bite just like gets really, really good. And it might be a shorter bite window. It might be 45 minutes, or the bite might continue on into the night. But that's kind of how we sort of approach a lot of our lakes back home. But if you fish in an area where there's dirtier water lakes, sometimes that basically means you can fish all day and have really good bite. So just understanding the lake that you're fishing is really important. And don't try and do anything too crazy for travel or presentation. Just kind of hunker down. Don't make a lot of noise, because the ice is thin, the fish are spooky. If you're marking a fish, don't be yelling at a live stream, Try and keep things quiet. Don't, if your buddy says he's marking a fish, don't run over to his hole, because you're going to scare him. So those are just, I guess, man, I don't know how I cover that whole question without just talking about it for the rest of the live stream. But, I mean, we could talk about it if you guys want to, but those are just a few factors, I guess. Twitch my dead stick to get my minnow moving. All right, I'll go twitch it. All right. Well, he was just swimming around a minute ago. So, he is still alive. He gets a lot more excited sometimes when there's fish coming through. So, he likes to save his energy for the important moments. Houston Blankenship. What's up, Nick? We met at the ice show. Bemidji boy, how's it going, man? I remember when we were chatting. If you find Tullabee, fish will be there for walleyes. That is definitely true. Also, Tullabee will be there. So, Tullabee are sometimes fun to catch. So that's a don't underrate the excitement of getting into a good Tullabee school. Although everybody wants those walleye fillets, right? Michael said he usually leaves guys at home that are too loud. I think that's a good strategy. You can take all those buddies out in January, February, when the ice is about this thick, and bring them out when it's wheelhouse season. How are ice conditions on Red Lake? There's a good amount of ice out here, but there's definitely cracks, and there's spots that have frozen later. Like right now we're on 7-8 inches. So this is like a ton of ice right here, and we're somewhat close to shore, despite being in 10 feet. So conditions are good, but My biggest 2 cents with understanding and thinking about conditions on Red Lake is like there are a lot of places and like outfits out of Red Lake, and they are highly incentivized to get you to highly incentivized to give you information, because when they give you information, you're gonna know what's going on out of their launch. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is these people are very, very willing to give good information and accurate information on the conditions. So I would look at all the different. I would go on the internet and look up what all the different resorts are on the lake here, and I would go to their Facebook page and try and find the dead stick is going nuts over there. Look at him. See, I told you he's still alive. But I would look for the reports on Facebook for a lot of these different launches. That would be my 2 cents. All right. Brett said, my favorite nugget for early. I want to say it on the stream so the folks can see it that maybe aren't looking at the comments. He said, my favorite nugget for early ice walleyes: fish near moving water, an inlet, outlet, or channel to a different lake. It doesn't need to be right on it, but could even be a half-mile away. Almost all my best early ice walleye spots are within a half-mile of some kind of moving water. So that's really good advice. And I've maybe snuck out on some lakes with Mr. McComas on in spots that are kind of like that and caught some walleyes. So yeah, that's definitely some really good advice. But it's also one of those things too. This time of year, just be cautious of ice conditions, because if you're setting up right in front of a place where there's current coming through, obviously like ice can get thin, and safety is always the very most important. So I'm not gonna recommend like going right out in those current spots and just calling it good, because you got to check your way. You got to see what the conditions are doing. Be very, very careful. But there are fish in those areas, and sometimes, like Brett said, you don't have to be right there in the current, but like those general areas. So maybe it's like a bay that has the river coming in, but like there's gonna be a lot of good ice like out on the edge, over on the side there. So just as it relates to current, those are just like a few things to think about. Eric asked, doesn't Brad guide on Mille Lacs? Yes, he does. So Brad Hawthorne, who I was fishing with earlier, he does guide on Mille Lacs. Is that I just, no, those are, I thought maybe that was a predator fish. Brad does guide on Mille Lacs, but like several years ago, he guided on Upper Red Lake. So he had kind of an ice outfit out of here for a couple of years. So he's got some spots. I don't want to give up. Well, it doesn't really matter. I will say, like right where we're fishing, there is a river coming in right here. So on lakes like this where it's just kind of like a big bowl, like you're looking for anything you can, and so an area where there's current or whatever can obviously be viable. Josh said, really enjoyed your video on Lake Winnipeg. I'm assuming you will be back this year. I feel like that's a somewhat safe assumption. I'd love to come back. Lake Winnipeg is nuts. It's like Red Lake, but the fish are maybe basically just as hungry, maybe hungrier, and big and giant and super tall and super thick and green for some reason. So yeah, I would like to come back, but thanks for watching that video. I thought that was a really fun video. That was out in like a wheelhouse on Lake Winnipeg for anybody who hasn't watched it. So Red ain't yeah, there's some talk about whether or not Red Lake is worth the drive. if you have to, I would agree with Dave in the comments section. If you have to drive 9 hours to get to Red Lake, it's not. I mean, it's not worth the hype. Like, it's not worth the hype to drive 9 hours. Where I live, I'm about 3 hours from Red Lake, and within that context, I would say Red is for sure worth the drive. If there's nothing else to fish between here and there, and there are some small lakes, kind of all over that are viable to fish right now. But Red Lake can just be a really fun bite, and it's worth the drive if you're within reasonable driving distance. But don't pack up the family and come 9 hours to fish here unless you don't got anything else better to do. So, what brand/model is your locator? So this is not gonna lie, kind of a pricey little unit, but I do basically do this for a living, so I felt I could justify getting something a little nicer. And so yeah, this is Garmin 86 or GPS Map 8610 with an LVS 34. So that's kind of what we're running. The reason why I had to get the fancier screen was actually literally for this, so I could do live streams. And then also, like, it allows me to record my screen and stuff like that too. So yeah, that's what I'm running. Let's see here. It's definitely quieted down a little bit. I don't feel like we've marked any. Well, we have marked some fish, I guess, but we haven't had any interactions for a while here. Any fish yet? So, how long have we been streaming here? I'm not sure how long we've been streaming here. It hasn't been crazy long. Maybe about an hour. And we've got 2 fish so far. And I would not say the bite on this lake is super great right now. So I'm happy with getting 2 fish so far. People typically go to Red because it freezes first. Yes, that is the reason why people travel from all over the area to get here. It's way shallower, so it freezes way earlier. Another one that freezes pretty dang early that doesn't get quite as much attention. Well, I mean, it's obviously a popular lake, but Devil's Lake is another one. So, yeah, that one freezes early too, and that one's worth traveling to too. So, but if you're closer to Devil's Lake, go to Devil's Lake. That would be my 2 cents. But Red Lake is super good. Any crappies? Asked Adam Griffith. Is that one of the guys who chronicles the crappie chasing? I think it is. Anywho, no crappies yet. I wouldn't say we've marked anything that would resemble a crappie. We've seen some bait fish swimming around, but nothing that I would say, oh, that is for sure crappie. So no crappies yet. Are there guides on Lower Red Lake in the winter? You're outside of my expertise here. I have heard that fishing happens on Lower Red Lake. But I do know that you cannot get a guide trip out there and fish out there. It's you can get guided trips on a lot of like the ponds on the reservation, but if you're not a part of the reservation, you cannot fish Lower Red Lake. Only Upper Red Lake. That's why all of us jam pack all of our bodies onto this big old lake. I mean, it's a pretty big lake, and it's not necessarily a structure lake, so it kind of helps with all the ridiculously stupid numbers of people we get here. But yeah, I don't know why I elaborated on that for as long as I did. We're on Upper Red Lake, and we can't fish on the bottom half of this fishery. 248 folks watching, according to Shadow Bassin. That's pretty cool. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun doing this. It's like I could just be jigging here by myself, or I could do it with you guys. So Let's see here. Do I fish Lake Vermilion much? Uh, Not like a lot. I've spent time on Lake Vermilion, and even like recently, like I've been out there a few times. But Lake Vermilion is like one of my favorite lakes, and I want to fish it more. But actually, like right now, Lake Vermilion is for sure one of the best walleye lakes in the whole state. It seemed like this summer, like the fish were just pretty nuts, and I didn't fish them this summer, but I'd seen from different guides, including Hayes Baldwin, who's an awesome dude, awesome angler, and he was creaming them up there, and just different people too. It just seems like probably nowhere is fishing better than Vermilion right now. So, but yeah, and then there's the muskies and smallmouth bass, so it's a cool fishery. So okay, so Timmy, uh, some people would probably like ignore this comment, but I'm gonna address it. So Timmy said, I saw a comment on Facebook a few days ago saying that camping on Red Lake right now, or camping on Red Lake uh, this early is a terrible idea. What made you change your mind? Uh, well, first of all, that comment was like probably, was that like a week ago or 5 days ago? So we've definitely made ice since then, but when that comment was written, there was a lot more ice at the time. But anyway, I'm not saying it's a very good idea. I'm just saying we're out here fishing in the evening and, chatting and whatever. And very specifically, I'm set up very close to shore. I looked at all the cracks, and we're not busting off anywhere while we're fishing right now. But I would always say safety first. And if you have to ask on social media if sleeping out on Red Lake right now is a good idea, then you're probably not experienced enough for it to be a good idea for you. But I wouldn't recommend doing it. But I would recommend understanding and listening to different resorts and stuff. So that's my 2 cents on that one. Let's see here. Let's catch up with the comments. All right. Ooh. So, we're live here. What is I'm curious, since we do have like a good number of people watching. Now that I feel like we're probably like approaching kind of like some level of like what we're going to see. Who is watching of all you that are watching, whether you're the active commenters or the lurkers or any of the above, where are you watching from? Which state, province, city, lake, or any of the above? Like, where do you call home? Also, while I'm letting you guys type that into the comments section, I got to text my wife back here. Give her a quick little update. All right. We got a bunch of comments here. That filled up the comment section in a big hurry. I think it's because I called out the lurkers. And I said, even the lurkers should comment right now. Come out of the dark shadow and leave a comment in the comment section here. Morgan said Clayton just gave you a shout out in his most recent video for your advocating of safety on first ice. Thank you for always putting that first. Yeah, safety is very, very important. And Clayton is the man. I'm a big fan of Clayton. Got to hang out with him a little bit at the Winnipeg Ice Show this last month. November? Yeah, I think. So it looks like we got folks from all over the dang place. Got some Eastern Ontario folks. We got old Montreal. We got Central Wisconsin, Nebraska, North Dakota, Traverse City, Michigan. What is your preference, Red Lake or Devil's Lake? For me, Devil's Lake is more fun because there's more structure. You have the chance at larger walleyes, and it's a really good perch fishery, really, really good pike fishery. So I think Devil's Lake is just better. But for just like brainless fishing, going out on red, just kind of picking up a spot, popping up the house and doing a live stream, it's tough to beat Red Lake for that. And Red Lake is definitely closer to where I live too. But I would say I like Devil's Lake more. Okay, we got Michigan, Winona, Minnesota. We got Illinois. We got Winnipeg. Southeast Wisconsin, Indiana, the UP. Oh man, I don't think I can rip through all these. St. Louis River. I gotta get over to the St. Louis River. I gotta do some muskie fishing. That's for sure on my bucket list. Ooh. All right. The next question I'm curious about. Oh, we got Kiffmeyer in here too. All right. Now all our wild friends are coming on to the stream tonight. How much ice are we on? So right now we're looking at 7 to 8 inches. Specifically right here, which to me is a lot of ice. So there's just a lot going on out here right now, which is why like not all the resorts are letting out snowmobiles or four-wheelers or anything like that. Some are. I saw a couple spots where the resorts were saying that they were going to start letting them out tomorrow. So I have a feeling, if you're out here tomorrow, you're going to see a lot more people zipping around on machines. I saw plenty of machines today. So it's one of those things where the folks around the lake here have the best. I mean, the folks out of these launches, basically they're just like driving around all day just like looking at the ice. So if there's anybody that knows what's going on out here, it's going to be them. All right, the next question I'm curious for is when do you think the next stinking walleye is going to show up? That's what I want to know. Looks like we got some suspended stuff off to the side there. Looks like we got a little perch type deal swimming through the water column right now. Or maybe some other little, bait fish or whatever. But man, the walleye bite is slowed down a little bit here. 7:51, that's the first call. So that means we're going to see another walleye in 6 minutes. I hope you're right. 8 p.m. for the next walleye. All right. When you're not looking. Ugh. I'm going to take a little nap. You guys just let me know when the fish are going to bite. No, that is actually the correct answer. The correct answer is when I'm not looking. So that's for sure when it's going to happen. The moment I take a bathroom break. So, anywho, it's kind of been a little bit of a long week here or whatever. We had the St. Paul Ice show this past weekend. If you went to the St. Paul Ice show, let me know in the comment section. But that was a fun deal, and it's always cool seeing all your buddies out there, different people from the fishing industry and people that I've fished with in the past, and then there's all types of like cool stuff there, right? Like everybody in the ice world that has like a reasonably sized company. If they have new stuff, they're gonna have it on display there. So, excuse me. So it's kind of fun to go to that. Just a lot of excitement. Just like a bunch of people that are just jacked to go ice fishing, because it just seems like, for whatever reason, like that St. Paul show, where it lands in early December, it's always just like right on the edge of being able to fish or not. So either the fishing had just started, or or like we're fishing like that week right after the St. Paul show. So it's just fun to be around the excitement and whatever, but it's one of those deals where you spend a bunch of time hanging out with people, and you're pretty much on the floor walking around talking with people all day. So it kind of like wears you down a little bit to be out chatting with people like crazy. So and standing on that concrete all day, but definitely had to turn it and burn it and come up and fish for some walleyes on Red Lake, because that's just what it is. This is early ice. We got to get out and we got to do it. So anywho, hey Nick, my son and I met you with Joe Holland. Great chatting with you. Super pumped for the first live Tight Lines. Appreciate it, Matt. I think I remember meeting up with you. I think I remember you. So that was cool meeting you and your kid. How are you running 16.2 volts on the live scope? That's a great question. That's what I'm running. I don't. I just put a battery in it and plugged it in. But yeah, it's that's what I got going on. I got the live scope running. I got it powered. Is the ice pretty even, or does it vary a lot? The ice varies very dramatically, so that's why you kind of gotta like see what's going on with the conditions, and kind of pay attention to the people who are checking the conditions, because they for sure know best, because, well, they're not always completely responsible. Like, they are motivated to get you out onto the lake. But if something bad happens on their watch, that's very, very bad for them. So they're also motivated to keep you safe. So I would listen to them, and I wouldn't push it beyond what they say, because usually they're conservative. But with Red Lake, like, there's always just the way it freezes, like, there's always stuff that's not safe. So this time of year, like stuff that freezes later, or whatever, so stuff like that. Dennis is predicting they're gonna bite at 7:48. So I understand the humor of that comment. Definitely a lot of the folks in the chat here are suggesting that I go leave for a little bit and go to the bathroom. So that might be a strategy that I employ here in about 20 minutes if we don't get a bite. That may, in fact, bring the fish in. So, yeah, we got a nice crack out of west wind, and moved a bit today with the wind. Yeah, that's just how it goes. There's a lot going on, and it's a big, giant lake, and there's not a lot of structure to hold things together. It's not like bays are freezing up or whatever. So you know, as the wind pushes things around. The nice thing is tonight, there's not going to be very much wind. There's not a lot of wind right now. So hopefully things will hold pretty solid for all the folks up at Red this week. So, anywho, Mitch said, "Hey Nick, good to see you back on here. How often do you plan to stream?" That's a very good question. How often do I plan to stream? I don't have any plans to stream at the moment. But it'd be fun to stream more often than not. So like I'm out on Red right now. Like we shot a little video today. Specifically, I did a video for Northland. And I figured why not stay out a little bit longer here and try and do a live stream and just hang out and jig and fish a little bit into the dark here. But I guess you asked a question and I'm not answering it. So I don't have a plan yet, but I want to stream a decent amount if I can. So maybe that's once a week, maybe that's once every 2 weeks. Hopefully not less than that. So just stay tuned, and I don't know, if I was good at this, I would have some sort of schedule or whatever. But I'm not good at this. This is fishing. This isn't Minecraft. It's hard for me to like commit to every Thursday and say like every Thursday at 5 o'clock we're streaming or noon or whatever, because the conditions are always changing. The bite is always changing. And it's like kind of difficult to like get everything set up for these streams. So basically, like, I guess what I'm getting at is there's a lot of variables involved with this, and I can't commit to a schedule. But if there was a schedule, I know that you guys would, probably more people would show up because they'd be able to plan to watch at certain times or whatever. But it is what it is. This is fishing. This isn't Fortnite, unfortunately. That stream you did with your wife was fun, especially the camera on the dead stick outside the house. Yeah, that was a fun one, wasn't it? I really enjoyed that one. I will for sure have my wife out fishing more in the future, whether it's live streams or normal videos or whatever. You're a streamer now, says Donald. I like streaming. Streaming's kind of fun, I think. Oh, we got Mr. Siemens came for the Fortnite videos. Alright, well, next stream, I promise we'll do Fortnite. But for now, we're going to chase walleyes. Mr. Pinkala asked, what's the snack situation? This seems like a deal that requires a lot of snacks. Yes, it does require a lot of snacks. But today we're going to talk about the first sponsor of this live stream, and that is dry roasted peanuts. Perfect for a day on the ice. You have, first of all, it's just delicious, which is obviously a prerequisite. But outside of that, you also, it also is very high in protein. And the nice thing about protein is it suppresses your hunger. So a little bit of peanuts goes a long way. So I don't have to eat as much when I have peanuts. And they're very calorie dense. So I mean, this is technically a vegetable, I think, right? It's not a fruit. I think peanuts are vegetables. So technically I'm just out here eating vegetables. It's probably really good for you. I've heard people say that it's not good for you. Maybe it's not good for you. But this is my go-to strategy for eating food. And then aside from that, I got some stuff for peanut butter and jellies over there. Not healthy. And I have apples and oranges. For some reason, apples and oranges keep better than like blueberries and what did I have the other day too that I just destroyed? Other fruit. Apples and oranges are fairly hardy when you're ice fishing. What else do I have? this stuff. I also have bubblers for caffeine, but I'm not really very tired, and I don't want to have caffeine this late in the evening if I'm not tired. So, all right. There was another comment I saw in here that I wanted to talk about. Where was it? Do I also stream Minecraft? Not yet. That's on my other channel. Just kidding. My son plays Minecraft. Don said he's playing Fortnite while watching me fish. Well, I think I got the better end of that deal. Not gonna lie. Andrew said, new to walleye fishing, how aggressive is your usual jigging action? And are you still as aggressive when they chase? Well, hopefully, a video situation like this will kind of help you get a feel for that, just based on watching me do it. But I guess the very, very simplest, shortest answer to that is like, I will jig a little bit more aggressively when I'm not seeing any fish, and maybe I'm kind of shaking in place, but sometimes I'm popping it. You can work a little higher in the water column, and that just went out of the sonar cone, but you get the idea. You can work it a little bit higher, or you can pound the bottom. You can do a lot of different stuff when the fish aren't around, but when I do mark something, I like to kind of just like get a little bit more subtle, shake it in place, slowly take it away from them. If they're not quite closing the gap, kind of my go-to strategy is going to kind of be sneaking it down underneath them and kind of pound it in the mud down there. So that's a quick little rundown. I don't know, without getting too wild and into the nitty-gritty. But hopefully we'll mark some fish here pretty soon, and I can show you in person. Looks like someone asked if a lot of those marks are crappies. No, I would say they're almost certainly not crappies. We definitely could see some crappies, but very unlikely that much of what we're seeing just kind of bopping around is crappies down there. Michael said it sounds like your wife packed your snacks. I take chips and chocolate. Hey, I totally understand that. I just I'm working on my figure, all right? I'm trying to keep this under control, trying to stay fairly reasonable. So I tend to lean more towards health. I do have tortilla chips in there. So for some reason that just always hits the spot. But just very terrible for you. So I try not to eat that. That's like a last resort if I'm getting shaky and anxious and just need some food. So I know you're on live, but would you change your minnow head more if it was just you fishing alone? If I was just fishing alone, I mean, if I have a minnow head on, like, I feel pretty good about that. You know, if I'm hole hopping and the minnow head like froze up or something, like, that's not as good, and I would change that out. But I don't think it makes an enormous difference to change out your head, but like, as long as you have a good head on there, or half a body, or whatever you want to do, you're in good shape. And like, as long as your dead stick like swims around and stuff, like every now and then, at least when a fish comes by, is if it starts swimming around, you should be in pretty good shape. So let's see here. I know I saw another one that I wanted to apply to. I saw it. It was farther up here. Also, we got a comment here asking if I would ever collaborate with TJ's guide service. You know, I don't know the guy, but I'm not a big fan of his content, so I don't think I could do it. I'm just kidding. TJ's an awesome dude. I hung out with TJ at the St. Pauli show. TJ's awesome. If you like my content and you want to watch content that's like a better version of what I do, go to TJ's YouTube channel. He makes awesome stuff, and he's an awesome dude, and he's a very good angler, and he's been a guide for a while. Like, he's spent a lot of time on the water, and he makes awesome videos, so go check out his stuff. And I've been chatting with TJ a lot lately, so he's a good dude. Alec asked what's on my second line. So on the second line, we just have like a fat head on a little treble hook. So it might not be moving now, but when a fish comes in, it gets real scared and tries to swim away. Evan asked if there's any new colors from Northland that you're excited about this year. So they actually redid like all their glow paint. So it's like significantly glowier. So I'm kind of excited about that in general. So they added a couple extra colors too, that were kind of like glow colors specifically. So that's kind of cool. Actually, they have one that I probably should just tie on. I probably should change baits because it's dark out, and this particular bait I'm using actually doesn't have glow paint. So I'm gonna switch right now, actually. But yeah, actually, all that new, all their glow paint is new this year, so it's actually brighter and lasts a little bit longer when you shine it up than kind of like past stuff. Actually, I don't know if I brought any of that, but I am going to change spoons regardless. So anyway, yeah, but I guess what I was getting at is there's a color that's red, and red is great on Red Lake. So that's one I'm kind of excited about, but I don't think I brought it. So we got pink here. We got Wonder Bread. I really like Wonder Bread. I think we're gonna go with something a little bit. Beefier this time around. So because it's dark out, Red Lake is not like a super clear body of water. So the sun is down, and the water is dingy. So we're gonna go with something that has a little bit more mass. And this is the 1/4 ounce Macho Minnow. So it's got that flapper tail. It's kind of just like a little bit of a beefier presentation that it's gonna move a little bit more water. And that can be effective for helping fish find your bait. So that's what we're gonna do. Gonna give it a quick old Palomar knot here. And I can't see a dang thing. I don't know what it is, but maybe for some of you older folks in the chat, you can let me know. Is it a thing, like when you get older you can't see as good anymore? So let's get this guy tied up here. Oops. Alright. Only when I'm on live can I better stand up. You guys can't see me do this. I'm too nervous. Alright, so anyway, that's that. Oh my gosh. Looks like Dave said that he likes to raid the dried fruit section over at Aldi's. Aldi's I know you guys aren't here for the grocery store tips and hacks, but Aldi's is nuts. Nuts. I didn't try to do that. Aldi's is ridiculous. It's got such stinking good deals, and their produce aisle is really dang good. Alright. Now I got my fingers straight here. Can finally learn how to tie a knot. So this is what we're going to do. We got pink. The old pink macho minnow. And I got a glow cup right here. Get her all glowed up. I did this in reverse order. You probably can't really tell on the camera. I did this in reverse order. Usually you got to get your minnow on there first, but it's a little bit of a smaller minnow. So what I'm going to do with this guy, I'm going to hook it underneath the chin, pop it out through the top of the head, and then I'm actually going to leave like just a little bit more of the body. So this is about half of the minnow on there. So I'll get that guy down. And now we've got a presentation that's a little bit bulkier. It's got a little more glow to it. A lot more, infinitely more glow to it, because the bait I had down there had no glow paint specifically. So, which can be great, you know, in clear water situations, but dirtier water situations like this, like glow can definitely take the bait. So that's that. We tell my friend's son to play Fish Night, aka watching the live scope, when he asks for a phone while ice fishing. Yes, I agree. Fish Night is better than Fortnite. I'm with you on that one. Pink glow. Yes, you're correct. I'm running pink glow now. Fishing with Chet asks, how has Red Lake fishing been? We are heading up on Friday. You may be timing it perfectly, maybe. The bite has not been very strong on the lake from what I've been hearing, and I've also seen people online say like the bite's been, you know, they've hammered some fish, but for the most part what I've heard is that the bite hasn't been super good. We were out here today and caught some fish, like a little handful of them. Yeah, how many did we get? Well, it was more than a half dozen. Like, we caught some fish, but I was talking to some people over at the ramp just like a little bit earlier today, sort of like early evening, late afternoon, and they were saying they caught, you know, 0 fish, 1 fish, 2 fish. We got a little bit away from the crowd, which I think does help, but the bite has not been, it hasn't been gangbusters from what I've heard, but it's one of those deals where the bite will just get better and better as the water clears up. But we talked about that a little bit earlier in this live stream. But you, if you're coming up on Friday, you may hit it right on, you know, the nuts as far as like when the bite finally starts to flip over and get really good. So. All right. What else? What else do we got in the comments here? Have I ever fished the chain of lakes between Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba for perch? I haven't, but I saw Jay Siemens do it, so now I want to. But no, I haven't done that yet. But I fished Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba. So it sounds like, and you know, from videos and whatever, it sounds like basically when I go from one lake to the other, I'm driving past just some stupidly good perch fishing. Sounds like we're up to 352 viewers. Thanks for the update, Shadow Bassin. Lobster Shrimp said, "Hey Nick, it's been a while since I've seen you live stream. How's the fishing?" It has been a while. And I want to do some open water live streams, and I just didn't get to it this summer. Didn't make it happen. So that will be happening. But yes, the fishing's been okay. Not great, but some fish have been caught. The bite is not, I wouldn't say like ridiculous yet. So Trey said sick invite, cry face. Sorry I didn't call you. We sort of decided last minute to run up here, so. Mr. Hayes Baldwin the Great, Sir Hayes Baldwin the Great, asked if we're harvesting today. No, unfortunately not. Here's the thing: if you were here, I would let you take the walleyes, but I just have so much crap that I'm gonna have to pack up here that I just didn't want to deal with it. So, we got 2 fish, and I think we got 2 fish on stream here. I think they were both like right around 17. So we might have been able to have 2 fish to harvest if we wanted to. But I told the folks in the chat, I said, you know what? I'm going to let these fish go so that you guys can harvest them. Because, you know what? Someone needs to harvest these fish. Because it's not like they're going to grow up to be, like, trophy fish for anyone. Like, for some reason, they just, like, don't get giant on Red Lake. If anybody has, like, knows anything about that, like, what is, like, the scientific, you know, ecological reason why we don't get enormous walleyes on Red Lake? Like, you drive over to Bemidji or you know, Vermilion or Leech or any of these other big lakes, Lake Winnipeg up there, very, very different. Mille Lacs, you know, like, why does Red Lake not get giant fish? Like, what is the answer to that? I guess I have some, like, theories and maybe thoughts, maybe. Just, like, guesses, but, like, I don't know the answer. So if you guys know the answer, let me know in the comments. I'd love to know it. Maybe because they're all dead, so they haven't had time to grow. You know what? There's a lot of people out here catching fish and eating them. So I hear you on that one, but I guess my rebuttal to that is there are a lot of fish in here. And if they grew that big, like, some of them wouldn't get eaten, you know? You would see like you'd see 30 inches. And that's just not something you see, right? There used to be 28s. No depth. Yeah, so that's, I mean, that would be a big part of my thought and theory, right? Is it's all the deeper waters on the lower end of the lake, like Midwest Ice Bros said. And yeah, like, lower Red Lake is very deep. So what's the thought process here? Maybe they're up here in the shallows and, like, there's more bigger fish down in the lower end of the lake. So this is a whole big giant fishery, right? So so that's, I mean, that's kind of one of my thoughts with it. Like, this is the nursery up here, right? And then you know, and then they dump down and into the lower lake. Depth and forage, fishing pressure. Fishing pressure. Do I fish Cass Lake? I fished Cass Lake a few times. I've been on Cass Lake with Bro, which is really cool. But I haven't fished it a lot. And I've never fished it on ice. Oh no, I shouldn't say that. I fished it for perch on ice once. Matt said he was here on Saturday and talked to an old timer who caught a 24-incher in the morning. Yeah, you do find 24-inchers sometimes, you know. But, I mean, that's a 24-incher is like a really big fish out here. You just don't see those too often. Are the top marks moon eye? Yeah, it definitely could be something like that for sure. That would be like what I would theorize. Do you plan on doing any spearing this year? You know what? I would try spearing. That might be like a controversial thing to say. I don't know. But I haven't, and I don't have any plans to do it. But yeah, I think it would be like a cool visual experience to see those fish swimming out underneath you. And I know where all the spearing shacks line up. So, do you have a dead stick down? Yeah, I do have a dead stick. It's actually right over there by that action that's about 3 feet to the left of my jigging spoon. So that is a dead stick, and the dead stick doesn't do much until a fish comes by, and then it gets really scared and tries to swim away. Chet said our biggest walleye was 23 inches. Yeah, that's another like really solid fish out here too. The Wild are up 1-0. That would be, if I wasn't live streaming, maybe I'd throw the Wild game on. Alright, I just gotta reply to a text here. I'm out on the ice, so I gotta keep people updated with what's going on. Alright. Yeah, Michael said could also be a different species of walleyes or whatever. So yeah, I mean, there could be some genetic reasons why as well. If I could only pick one lure to fish, what would it be? I would pick a buckshot rattlespoon. Alright, Brad, so I guess my pick would be probably like a glass buckshot spoon. And if I had to like very specifically only pick one size, or like it would probably be an 1/8, because I feel like you can catch walleyes with that. You can catch crappies and perch with an 1/8 ounce spoon. Yeah, it's just like that perfect in between size that can be, you know, if you're fishing it aggressively, it can be kind of like an aggressive presentation. But on the other hand, like if you're fishing it a little more slowly, you know, it's a small enough presentation that it can be finesse as well. So, yeah, Casey, I know you're talking about spear and pike. Obviously, we can't spear walleye. At least not here. Maybe other places you can spear walleye. I'm not sure. I do know in the state of Michigan, it's legal to spear muskies. What do you guys think about that? I think that's the only place. Tell me if I'm wrong. If you guys know something that I don't know. But let me know if there's like another place, another state or province or fishery where you can actually spear muskies. So I had just seen that apparently you can do it in Michigan, in the state of Michigan, and there's exceptions. Like I don't think you can do it on Lake St. Clair or some of those Great Lakes fisheries, but on like a lot of the inland lakes and stuff, you can spear muskies, which is like total blasphemy here in Minnesota, or even just like muskie people are not happy about that. So, like we have a 54-inch, like muskies have to be 54 inches to be harvested in the state of Minnesota. So like we protect muskies, but in Michigan, man, like you can just spear them. So. Are you going to stay out until you catch a fish? I'm gonna stay out for a little bit. I think yet. I don't know how much longer I'll do this. Probably not like super long. But we have caught some fish, despite it being kind of a tougher bite today. When I started the stream at like 6:30 or maybe almost 7, we caught a couple fish since then, but we actually haven't marked anything for a while. So there might have been like a window there when the fish were active. And we might be outside of that window now, maybe. Where are all the bluegills? No, not a lot of bluegills swimming around here. Where's the fish whistle? No fish whistle, sorry. All I can do is try and rattle them over here. Let's see here. The hub house I'm using right now is Witch Otter Hub House. This is the resort, so it's one of the bigger ones. It's not the big giant Monster Lodge deal, but it's a pretty big one. Alright, so I'm curious on an update here since it's not letting me see the numbers. Are people still watching? Is this still, how many people are watching right now? I'm curious because we're getting a little later. And, like, I'm curious when people are going to be, like, because I know when I post a video, like, the views will go up till, like, 10 or something, and then it'll drop sharply. So I'm sort of curious, like, when we're going to hit that wall. I'll also say, like, we're not marking a lot of fish. So I would understand if you left. And just me saying that is going to make 25 people leave. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just curious where we're at with that. So, because I'd be curious to know, I've never streamed this late into the evening. I'd be curious to know when people like start to fall off. But that being said, I don't necessarily have to ask you that. I can actually just look at the analytics and find out after this stream. But just my curiosity is just getting the better of me. So why did I pick this spot? Okay, so right here where we're fishing right now. So Brad Hawthorne was the captain today. He was moving us around and he was sort of picking the spots. He's got some experience guiding up here in the past. But the reason why we're fishing right here, the main reason is because just the fact that we're a little bit away from the crowds here. So we went out from basically the area and there were a bunch of people there fishing. And then so we basically went another, I don't know, half mile or so away from them. So that's kind of part of the reason, and then there's also like kind of there's kind of like a teeny little bit of structure where we're fishing right now too. So, and when you're fishing somewhere like Red and it's like just a straight up bowl. Like if you can find some structure or cover, you want to fish it if you can. But that kind of stuff can be really hard to do, really hard to find, unless you know where it is. But it's not also it's not necessarily going to like make you catch way more fish if you know like a secret spot or whatever. If the bite isn't good, like you're not going to catch as many fish, or If the bite is good, sometimes some dude just randomly set up on some flat spot is might catch more fish. So it's all relative, right? You just pick a spot that you think is going to be decent. If it was daytime, like, we'd be jumping around and whatever and trying different spots. To me, like, the biggest thing out here is like shallow versus deep, or like just depths, right? So maybe like if you're in 10 feet of water like we are now, like maybe that's where you're going to be finding fish, or maybe the fish are up in like 6 or like 5 or something. So I'm more like kind of like hunting based on depth than anything personally. Let's see here. Currently in bed and my girlfriend's annoyed that I'm watching. I'm glad I can cause problems in your relationship. That makes me very, very happy to hear. Rick asked inches of ice. So right now, it's like 7 or 8 inches, which is pretty good. But it's one of those deals where, beyond the next crack or whatever, it's less. And there's always skinnier spots that froze later or whatever. So it's hard for me to just like blanket say like how much ice there is, because I don't want people to be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches and I'm gonna run around on my side by side or whatever. So all right, what else we got going on in the comments here? LOL, the wild game is on, so the TV went to the game, streaming from the phone. Well, if you want to, you can just watch the game. It's probably pretty exciting. Although the Wild kind of sucked this year, is that right? They have been good the last couple of years, but I haven't been keeping track. But I hear you. I would put the Wild game on the big screen too. I think that's very reasonable. There's a lot of people involved in those live streams that, trying to make it fun to watch. So this is just me. This is just a one-man show. This is the best I can do for you guys. So fire up the hydrowave. I like that idea. I wish I had a hydrowave right now. Maybe you never know. It might bring some fish in. 8 degrees here Saturday and rain. That's going to wreck any ice we have. We do have 8 degrees Celsius. Obviously. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to get hot here too. I think it's going to be like 40. What is it, tomorrow or the next day? I can't remember. So yeah, I think I'm going to fish tomorrow and call her good for the weekend, I think. Maybe do some extra work or whatever. So there we go. We got Nick from Razor. I know Nick. He jumped on as one of the supporters of the stream. I appreciate that, man. Streaming is a thankless job, but I would consider that thanks. No, it's not a thankless job. There's a bunch of people in the comments here that are awesome. And I'm just excited that anybody's willing to watch, to be real. If I'm being totally transparent here. I think if I sent out, I think if I went through my phone book and messaged everybody that I know and said, do you want to come fishing with me out on Red Lake tonight? I probably wouldn't get anybody to come. Well, maybe like 1 or 2. So I'm just jacked that there's however many people there are here. 200 something or whatever. So I think that's cool. But I'm sure a lot of people are just looking to see what's going on over on Red, right? Because a lot of people are looking at this weekend or whatever. So, anywho, I don't even know how I got into that random rant, but pink is what is working for me on my local lakes right now. Why do you think that is such a hot color on early ice? Well, I got pink on right now. I don't know that pink is a hot color on early ice, specifically, or if it's just a hot color in general. Here's the reason why pink is so good. It's because all the manly men are like, I'm not using pink. And so there's just less people using it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is I don't really know the reason actually. But it's not because people aren't using it. There's plenty of people that use pink. And pink just works. Like, it works everywhere. It seems like clear bodies of water, dirty bodies of water, open water, ice fishing, either way, pink is killer. You got to get some pink in your tackle box. And maybe, maybe a pink hat or something might help. I don't know. So anyway, no, pink is the deal. Are the higher fish on the top crappies? If they were crappies, I would aggressively be trying to catch them right now. I have, let's see, this one right here. Oh, darn it. I have this one right here. Those split grips are hard to get out of the little holder deals. This guy right here, I got a little tungsten ready. If I do see some crappie type looking marks, the tungsten is ready to be deployed. But a lot of this stuff that's just floating around is just bait. So, and it's actually interesting too because we'd probably see less of it if I turned off all the lights and went to bed. So there's, they're kind of attracted to the light and whatever, but also they don't want to get too close. Just because, we have some scary baits down there. If it was crappies, the crappies would be coming in and when I lift this up, it wouldn't scare the fish away. Like they would, they're crappies, so they're more likely to bite. The Wild are up 1-0. That's good news. The Wild are turning it around with the new coach, hopefully. Alright, I hope that's true. How often do I recharge my glow lures? Well, apparently not enough. That's a good reminder. So basically, these lures are there should be some level of glow for a while. So it's not like if you are jigging for a half hour, it's not going to have any glow. But it does lose the really dramatic glow somewhat quickly. So if you felt like glow is really important, then I'd recommend glowing up glowing up every 5 minutes or so. Especially when you're fishing in shallow water, it doesn't take more than a second to just glow up and call it good. But sometimes it matters a lot, sometimes it doesn't. But I probably should be glowing up a little bit more just based on the fact that it's after dark and kind of a dirtier fishery. Big storm coming before the weekend, Nick, so get home safely. I will definitely be home before the weekend, I promise you that. Appreciate the sled tour you did. Cool to see how you guys set up the snowmobiles and why. Yeah, you know what? I always tell people, especially when talking about, my specific snowmobile setup, is ice fishing kind of sucks. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of moving. It's a lot of gear. And if you have a crappy sled, that can make the experience really, really terrible. But if you are rigged up right and you have a good, reliable sled and you're able to efficiently move around the lake and fish efficiently because of, you know, a good, reliable sled, but also good storage and stuff like that, and efficient storage, ice fishing is really fun when you have all those things in your favor. So, yeah, no, I would. I'm glad you watched it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Nick from Razor Ice Augers said, "What is your setup right now for tackle?" So, right now it is a 1/4 ounce Macho Minnow, pink UV, half a minnow. So I want to go with a little bit of a bulkier presentation versus just the minnow head. And yeah, with it being a little bit darker, that's my thought. Just a little more bulk. Ooh, why didn't you guys tell me there was a fish on the dead stick? All right, I'm not gonna crash my spoon down there, but I am gonna get it down here. Try not to scare the walleye. Our dead stick wasn't doing a lot of action, was it? Is that walleye gone? You guys didn't tell me there was a walleye down there. I'm just sitting here flapping my gums and there's walleyes running around. You'll notice the second I lifted my bait out of the water, that walleye came in. I don't know what that means. Does that mean active jigging is scaring the fish away from my hole? Hopefully not. That would suck because we're trying to catch fish and jig them up and stuff. So anyway, let me check the comments. Maybe you guys did tell me it happened. Oh, you guys were yelling. That's okay, Nick. It's alright I'm okay with the distraction. I need to be better. I need to see that the fish is there. I'm going to switch the minnow out, though. I'm not happy with how that minnow is reacting. I need a little bit more liveliness out of that minnow. The fish are negative. Just dead stick it. Put a live minnow on. Yeah, they aren't moving very good. It does make you wonder, as you're jigging, how much you're, like, on a day like this, if you're sitting in one spot and you're hoping fish come to you, there is some theory behind, like, hey, maybe I jig more aggressively to attract fish to the hole. Maybe throw on a rattle bait. And, like, I think all of that is great and for sure works sometimes. But other times, man, like, there weren't any fish, like, what you might be like, like, where are all the fish? And maybe, like, your aggressive presentation is scaring the fish away. And maybe if you'd have just dead sticked, you'd have had 5 times as many fish come through. So that is why, like, ice fishing is such, like, a tough mental game to figure out. There is no one size fits all answer. And when the bite is good, like, anything works and whatever, but when the bite is, like, a little kind of in between and maybe a little harder and the fish are more finicky, well, then, what do? You got to figure it out. You got to try different things and experiment and stuff like this. So stuff like that. So I don't know. The whole thing is, it's like a big puzzle that you're trying to solve whenever you go out and you're trying to figure out location and you're trying to figure out presentation and you're trying to figure out how the fish are, behaving. So I don't know if you guys have heard any math games like that, but yeah. So it's something you got to play with, and there's a few things that, well, right now, one thing that we can't mess with is location. So you just take that right out of the equation, and you hope that, like, we're in a decent enough spot to catch fish or whatever. And we are. I mean, we just saw fish, right? I mean, that's probably a good thing. But aside from that, then it's like the fish. So we haven't seen a lot of fish lately, so that makes it a little bit harder for as far as like data wise and like how that goes. But when you do see a fish, like how is that fish reacting? And I would just say like all day, like since like several hours ago, the fish have just not been super aggressive and active, and like they have not come up and creamed spoons or dead sticks or anything. Like it's been slow, it's been methodical, maybe sniffing your bait, maybe tickling it. And yeah, so it's been like just the mood of the fish is not super good. So you have to adjust your presentation. Since we can't adjust our location, we have to adjust our presentation to hopefully catch more fish. So all of that said, well, first things first, I'm going to fix the dead stick, because that minnow should have been a little more active when that fish was coming up and sniffing it. That could have been money, potentially. And then I also think I'm going to downsize my presentation a little bit. Someone in the comments site said just put like, a jig with a minnow down as your active jigging rod, and maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll switch to, maybe I'll just show you guys what I'm going to do as I do it instead of talking about it. But first things first, we're going to put a fresh minnow on that rattle bait, or on that rattle reel. I actually have a rattle reel. It's not a dead stick. So we're going to put a fresh minnow on there. All right. Uh-oh. We're making a mess over here, guys. The minnow is going nuts. Look at that. That is the dead minnow that won't swim around when a walleye comes by. This is the minnow we're changing out. Oh, now it's not shaking. There we go. It doesn't feel right changing this minnow out. Like that minnow looks like it should be good. I also feel like it's weird that I'm like popping my head onto the screen here. But we're gonna change them out anyway. Maybe a slightly smaller minnow. Maybe a little more tail hooked than the last one. Something just a little bit different. Alright, we're all rigged up now. Try not to get tangled in the line. I'm just off camera here, just talking awkwardly because you guys can't see me. Alright, how's that look? Maybe gotta reel him up a little bit here. Right about there. Check the tension. All right. Oh, well, that'll work. Use 2 minnows. Ooh, that's a fun idea. 2 minnows could work. Tail hook, kind of plain hook. Put a more active minnow on the stick. All right. Yeah, this one's kicking around. This might be the deal. We'll see. But let's see. I think we're also going to switch out the spoon. Spoon might be a little big. I'll admit that. I was hoping in these dirtier conditions that maybe I could attract more fish. But it would break my heart if I was scaring more fish away than I was attracting. So I think we're going to do one of the good old classics. Super Finesse. Just one of the best ways to get walleyes to bite when it just doesn't seem like they want to. Yes, James, you're right. We're going to use an umbrella rig. I got my A rig ready. Got 5-inch paddle tails on it and then a big 8-incher in the back. No, it's just this guy. Teeny little spoon. Well, it's not even a spoon, it's like a jig, is I think what they call it. So this is the Forage Minnow jig in red. Red is a color that people use on Red Lake. So there we go. Yeah, like Dave said, they're on a negative bite. We don't want noise. We don't want flashy. We want something very finessey. So I'm going to take off the spoon. Ooh, that was a good knot. Taking off the spoon. And we are going to... This leader has gotten a little short from changing a lot. Where is my scissor? There it is. So we're actually going to retie this swivel a little bit higher up on the line. Well, that's not technically what we're doing, but we're going to make this leader a little bit longer again. So right now I'm actually using fluorocarbon, so I don't actually need like a leader specifically for the material or anything like that. What I need, where'd it go? What I need just disappeared on me. Oh no, it's in my hand. Call him a dingus. What we need this leader for is just specifically because we want a swivel. So we want to have a leader as well. You can tell I'm getting a little bit tired here. So my brain is not working. It's not operating at as high of a frequency as it was before. Alright, so let's retie it. So basically I cut off like this much line behind the swivel. So we still have the swivel on here. Does it glow? Yeah, I think this one glows a little bit. So I'm going to do a little Palomar knot. I'm a big believer in the Palomar. Palomar or die, as they say. What pound test? So this is 6-pound test. I'm a big fan of 6-pound fluoro. I'll use mono too, sometimes. But 6-pound fluoro is great. It's nice and thin and nice and translucent under the water. So it's I like it. I'm a big fan of it. Now I'm trying to figure out where I put that spoon. I know I put it somewhere. I had to have put it somewhere. I'm going to stand up and it's going to probably fall off my lap. Well, that's sketchy. There's a spoon somewhere. But this is a live stream, so the show must go on. I have another one of those that we're going to put on. Hopefully I find it. Hopefully I find the first one. Uh-oh. And I dropped it. This one's going to have to go on the blooper reel, I think. Where's my headlamp? Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, I am for sure going to hook myself on that spoon later. But that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. If it means one more walleye, it's worth it. I can't see it all. Okay. Do I need a stinking headlamp so I can see what I'm looking at? Yes, the answer is yes. I needed a headlamp. The struggle is real, guys. I'm serious. Quick little Palomar knot. If it ain't Palomar, it ain't no use, as they say. Just like that. It only took me about 30 seconds, but we have a new bait. We're ready to go. Just kidding on the 30 seconds part, obviously. And so what I'm going to do with this bad boy, this one's real active. What I'm going to do with this bad boy is I'm just going to tail hook a full stinking minnow. That's the strategy. This little guy is going to catch us a fish. I don't guarantee it, but I want to guarantee it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop him down. Get him down into the zone. Yes, you're right, Logan. This is the absolute juice. This is the secret weapon, guys. I probably shouldn't have told you this, but this is the secret weapon. This is as good as I have. That's literally the best presentation I've got for you guys. I probably can't even make any more YouTube videos anymore because this is literally the best tip I have, the best presentation I have up my sleeve. There's like nothing else in here. Like, this is it. So we're gonna give it a rip. And basically when I'm fishing this presentation, essentially what I'm gonna be doing is just kind of holding it in place. Sometimes I'll lift it up, kind of let it flutter back down. It's a super light little forge minnow jig. I think this one was a 16th ounce, I think. So I just kind of lift it up, drop her back down. And I don't do that all the time, but just like that's something I'll do to change things up. So like especially when I'm fishing in clear water, just lifting it up a little bit higher helps fish see it from a distance away. And then you can either drop it down on a slack line or just kind of slowly glide it down. So anyway, that's my best presentation, guys. That's as good as I got for you guys. It's the secret weapon. Yeah. That's about that. Any tips? Mason asks, any tips for fishing pike in ponds? My very, very best tip is going to be tip-ups. Get your tip-ups ready. As many as you can legally use. Bring some buddies along. and spread them out. Just cover areas. Look for any cover you got in those ponds. If if that's like a weed bed or anything like that, or if there's rock. I mean, pike love weeds. So that's always the first place to look. But tip ups, lots of tip ups. All right. You guys see that walleye right there? On the side of the screen? Please come over here. Come on. Yes, Dave said fish traps. Fish traps if you're from Maine. I actually just picked one of those up at the ice show this year. I'm excited to give it a try. Alright guys. That walleye's gone. It didn't make it. Didn't make it in. Is that an Arc Lab shelf in the background? Yes, it is. Yep. It's really sweet. They tip a little bit forward in these otter hub houses, which is less than ideal, but you can still use it as like a rod holder setup, as you can see. Actually, you can't really see. There, I've got some rods on there. Oh, there's a fish right there. Crap. He's coming up. Come on, you little buddy. Take it away from him a little bit. Come on. Eat it. Oh no. Come on. It's gonna drop. I'm gonna drop it down to the bottom. It might have scared him. Beat it down in the bottom here. Obviously dropping the bait on a free fall in retrospect was a mistake. But sometimes, sometimes when you drop it down below them, it kind of gets them fired up in a weird way. And for me, if they don't close the gap on that first kind of chase up, I'm trying other stuff. A lot of guys will just kind of try and keep on working them up. But I don't think that's... I think that's fine and works, but I like to get below them. But obviously, dropping it on a free fall right, past him freaked him out. So it's always a retrospect thing. There's good and it's good and bad, and you can't always know. Yeah, I could have just left it. I agree, Dave. I could have just let it sit there, and maybe the fish would have looked at it and just kind of meandered around and thought about it and eventually came up and hit. But I like to try and make something happen if I can. I don't regret the decision. Obviously, what I did didn't work, but I think the process was okay. Yeah, they're definitely not chasing at all. That's for sure. Very, very inactive. I'm not impressed by their attitude today. Well, I mean, we definitely messed up here, guys. It would have been fun to get another fish on the ice there. That one surprised me. I don't remember what I was doing. Obviously flapping my gums again. But I just like looked down and like there was a fish. So that one surprised me again there. Anthony says I always consider 100 possibilities. Sometimes they just don't want to nail it. Some will bite no matter how bad the conditions. So yeah, no, that's the name of the game, right? Like there's hungry fish and there's fish that aren't hungry. And like, so basically you're looking to do two different things. Like number one, you're trying to convert on the hungry fish, right? So those fish are going to bite. Sometimes you can't mess that up and they're just going to come in and bite no matter what. But you want to make sure with the gear that you have, whether that's the rod, the line, the hook, like hooks are very important for just converting on bites. But when those fish come in, you want to have the highest possible probability of getting them up onto the ice. So that's what you're thinking about when the bite is good and the fish are active. And then from there, you're willing to sacrifice some things. If the bite is hard and the fish are finicky, you might be willing to give up like having, super tough, beefy line. You might go to something thinner that's a little more dangerous, or you might go to smaller hooks that might have like, it might have like a lower hooking percentage situation, or smaller baits, that maybe aren't going to attract fish from as far away. But if the fish are finicky, maybe they're actually willing to bite. So there's a lot of things to consider. And, and then also like some fish are going to like eat if you're like bringing the bait up, and some fish like that's just not going to be their deal. Other fish are going to eat when you drop it down to the bottom, and that just gets them fired up and they want to go and grab it off the bottom. But then other fish, like the fish that we just encountered, are going to say, "What the heck, man? Why'd you drop it to the bottom?" And I hated that, and I'm leaving. So, you just never know. Ideally, you see as many fish as you possibly can, so you have as many reps as possible. Because the more reps you have, the more opportunities you have to figure out how the fish are, just generally speaking, how they're reacting on that day. And even then, not every fish is going to be the same, because otherwise, once you figured it out, you just catch every single fish you saw. And like that almost never happens. Only the very, very best, stupidest days. And so that's a rarity. But either way, like having, generally the fish are kind of doing the same thing. So like the next fish we see is probably going to be, not very active or whatever, but not always. Like the next fish we see is right here. I don't have a minnow. The dead stick is keeping him around. Get back down there. That fish was a little more active. Come on, you stinking walleye. And then you have fish like that. Oh, he's coming back. That fish was way more active, came right up and cracked me. Like hit it like pretty hard. But it was a smaller Finesse here presentation. It's on the rattle reel right now. But I had a full big minnow on there, and he just hit it so hard that I just drilled it. I just set the hook, right? Oh, it just grabbed the rattle reel. There we go. We got him this time, guys. Got him this time. Uh-oh. There we go. Got a better hold this time. All right. The rattle reel produced. That fish was going to eat just about anything. Obviously, it took a bite of my jigging rod earlier, albeit I didn't have an aggressive spoon or anything like that. Woo. But that was like a perfect example. The fish that came in right before that was a little more apprehensive, and he ate it a little bit deeper, not all the way down. But the fish before that was a little more apprehensive. And this fish came in, and we got two shots at him. So, there he is. Beautiful red laker. They kind of look a little green on the camera, don't they? Almost Winnipeg-ish. But yeah, they're just, look at that. That thing kind of has like a little bit of a forehead going on right along here. If that thing, they don't grow as big here on Red Lake. But if this thing grew bigger, man, this thing would be like a big linebacker of a 30-inch walleye one day. Maybe it'll sneak down to lower red and end up getting big. But anyway, this thing's hungry, mean. It's even got like, look at how chunky its belly is. That thing is like, that thing's an eater. Anyway, so you can see why this thing was more aggressive, because this thing's just like a big pig of a walleye. Big hungry pig that just wants to eat everything in its path. So there we go. Now I need to clean up the rattle reel situation. So, but yeah, there's another walleye. And actually, to see a couple fish come through to me is like a good sign as well. So anyway, you're gonna have to give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna have to step off screen and get everything re-rigged and fixed back up. So give me a minute. Ooh. All right. So on this, let's see here. On the rattle reel, you just had a little treble hook going there. I'm gonna hook up another minnow. Trying to find a good lively one. Here's a good one. Get that bat. Oh. Get him down there. All right, where are we at? Reel that up a little bit to about right in there. All right, so that one's ready. All right, we're back. Just like that. The post walleye excitement. And now we're on to the next walleye. Hopefully. The next fish. It's always the next fish. We can't just be happy with the ones we got. We can't just kick back and drink juice and enjoy the walleye that we caught, the one with the big porky belly. No, it's the next one. We're going to get another one. Wilder up 2-0. That's what I like to hear. Maybe every fish I catch from now on will also coincide with a wild goal. And every fish I lose is going to be a goal for the other team. Maybe. All right. Let's see. We're still good on the active jigging stick. Yep. We're still running forage minnow jig with like a full minnow on it. When I drop it in the water, that minnow's kicking good. So we're in good shape. That may get us another bite. But yeah, so that's pretty much the rundown. Red Lake walleye fishing. It's happening. It's a thing. All right. So we're ready. We're ready for the next one. It has been slow. It has been nice that we've seen those fish the last couple fish the last few minutes. So it's a good little run here. All right, I'm just going back through the comments here, seeing what folks were saying as the fish was coming through. Lots of excitement. Livin' MN Outdoors said, "Is the bite picked up? Heard it's been slow." I would say it's been slow. It wasn't particularly great today. We caught a handful of fish, but I had heard worse reports at the access. So, it's not like red hot Red Lake right now. Which it will be red hot Red Lake, as you know, most of you know, but we're still just a teeny bit early, I'd say. Right now, Jack asked how much ice. We're looking at like 8 inches of ice roughly right now. But, you know, there's obviously spots with less ice. But right now where we're sitting, there's 8 inches. So, let's see here. For some reason, there's a little emoji in front of the text here. What kind of lights are you running in your shelter? So these are actually the Otter, what do they call them? Otter Universal Pub lights or whatever, shelter lights. They're super nice. They're adjustable and they work good. So, any northern lights going on around you? I don't know. You know what? I don't see any. I don't see any, but it's like really, really cloudy here. It's been cloudy all day. It's like it's really dark outside, and I don't know that we would for sure see the northern lights with all the clouds. So Lee wants to know my live scope settings. I mean, that's it's a pretty deep question. And I'm not gonna run through all of them right now. But right now my gain is on 75. But there's a lot to the settings, and maybe I'll do a video in the future. But maybe not at the moment. So, anyhow, what am I gonna do here? Andy said, have I ever fished Lake Winnipeg? So, yes, I have fished Lake Winnipeg, but only a few times. Like, I'm not a Lake Winnipeg expert or super experienced there. But I fished it some, and definitely the coolest thing I've done on Lake Winnipeg was fish it in a wheelhouse, which is, it sounds ridiculous because, Lake Winnipeg is like the run and gun lake, where it's like you're just running around trying to find active fish and, move. And when we went out in a wheelhouse, it was just nuts how many fish we caught just sitting there after the sun went down or before the sun came up. So the evening and morning bite was just ridiculous when everybody was getting off the lake. It was super good. And we did a video on that this last year. So that was shot this last March. And I think if you go to my videos, it's like 3 videos ago. Just the video fishing out there. And I caught my biggest ever walleye on that trip out of a stinking wheelhouse on Lake Winnipeg, which is just ridiculous. And it was really fun. And it was a good video. So it'd be worth watching if you're kind of interested in Winnipeg or whatever. How much ice is needed to pull an ice house out? An 8x16 ice castle specifically. That's a good question. I would say I would always err on the side of caution. And like when I'm talking about wheelhouses, like ice castles are really heavy. So it's like that's a good question. I don't have that house, so I'm not necessarily, I guess it depends on how much it would weigh. But for me, it would be like teen inches or whatever, mid-teen, high-teen, somewhere in there for me. Thoughts on light going through the ice and spooking walleyes? Yeah, my thoughts on that is yes. That is a thing. Definitely a thing. And right now we're shooting a live stream video and I have a bunch of lights on and I can't turn my lights off because we're shooting a video, right? But I bet if we shut all the lights off, we'd see a few more fish. Maybe not like a lot more, or maybe less. You never know. But like, I would tend to say usually lights, like if you're fishing at night, like have the lights off or like adjust the lights so that they're not right on you or whatever. Or excuse me, not right on you, not shooting directly down into the hole. So like the fish can obviously see the lights. So I would be careful with lights for sure. Been fishing Mille Lacs. Good to see good number of big perch back in the system, not to mention the extremely fat walleye. Yeah, heck yeah. No, it's cool to see perch in there for sure. And the walleye fishing is good, as it's been for the last, for the last 5+ years. It gets a little tougher in the middle of winter there, but early ice is going to be good. Do you guys see that? Is it a walleye or a pike chasing that bait up there? It's like off the side of the... There we go. Well, we'll see. There we go. How about that? It wasn't a pike. I thought it was a pike too, Logan. It had some serious pike vibes. But it's a Walter. Man, you could tell. I mean, it's crazy how aggressive it got when it was looking for... when it was trying to chase that bait. Like, when it's hungry and... When they're hungry and they're chasing bait, like, they fly around. And they look like pike, kind of. But this is... well, it's about the same size as that other one. But yeah, this one's just kind of built different, too. It's kind of thick. It's got a little bit of a messed up fin. Oh yeah, that's kind of stuck like that. Oh, there we go. It was actually, he's got a hole in the fin now where his fin was poking in. It's like fin on fin violence. So anyway, how do you guys like that guy? We fixed his fin for him. He's probably pretty happy about that. All in all, this was a good experience for him. So anyway, we'll get him back. This is definitely an over. So right now on Red Lake, you can only keep one fish over 17. This one is nice. This is a, I mean, it's not giant. It's not that nice, but like it's a pretty nice fish. Definitely an over. All right, back into the hole. All right, I don't have a rag, so I'm just wiping my hands on my jacket that's hanging up. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. Another one bites the dust on the old forage minnow jig with a full minnow. All right. Actually got Brad calling. All right, Brad, I'm live right now on the YouTubes. Yeah, I might need to. Are you just checking in?
Yeah, to see how many.
Well, I just caught one about 5 seconds ago, so I think we're at 4, 5, something like that.
Alright, when you get back to it, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, take it easy. Bye. All right, that's Brad checking in. Yeah, so that's another walleye, guys, just like that. Wasn't that cool? Seeing that on LiveScope, by the way, like the way that fish was just kind of swatting at that bait that's sort of floating around. So we were just talking about how the lights might hurt, and like just not be, you know, like that might kind of freak fish out a little bit. But having all these lights on is also attracting some of this bait, and that's the reason why some of this bait is sitting underneath us. And for that specific fish, that fish was like, ooh, look at this bait. I'm going to come in and like see if I can grab some of it or whatever. And we just brought our lure up into the zone where that bait was, and it ended up working out, you know. So anywho, I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to get another minnow. Rig it up here. Get her back down. See if we can get another one. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? Yeah, Michael said it wasn't bothered by the lights. In fact, he was chasing bait hanging by the lights. Exactly. You nailed it on the stinking head. They're not starving. Yeah, no, they're kind of portly out here. Or some of them are pretty portly anyway. I gotta say, even if they're not 25 inches or whatever, like, still fun. Looks like my wife was in the chat there. She liked that last catch. Oh, yeah, I missed a question from her too. She said, "Do you think you bring more gear than the average ice fisherman?" Yeah. I come with a lot of baggage. So much baggage. And I'm sorry to say, but for the people that have to put up with me, I come with a lot of baggage. And in this case, the baggage is floor mats, propane tanks, jackets, rods, rattle reels, computers. Most people don't bring their computer ice fishing, but I do. And battery packs, camera gear, tripods. I come with a lot of baggage. So, yeah. Although I will say, a lot of people who spend the night out on the ice, like I might be just par for the course for that category of angler. The more you can bring out to a camping excursion, the better. But just for an average day of fishing, I definitely come with more baggage than most. I'm probably a top 5%er, honestly. But a lot of that is just because the camera gear. If I'm just being, if I'm being serious again. Let's see here. What kind of heater do you use in there? Sorry if I missed it. So, Bert, I use the Buddy Flex is what I got. And I'm not going to say that it's the best heater in the world. But it is working right now, so that's good. That's enough for me to... It's enough to keep me warm right now. Why the forged jig and not the forged spoon? So the reason why I'm using the jig is just because it's a little more finessey, and it's just kind of a great little tool for tail hooking. It's just got the one little hook. And actually earlier in the stream we were talking about how seemed like the fish were very, very tentative and not willing to bite. And so I had a big bulky spoon on before. And the forged spoon is not big and bulky, but the forged jig is a great little finessey presentation. And I know that's one of my buddy Brad Hawthorne, that's one of his total favorites. But anyway, it's a really finessey presentation. But then, of course, the last couple fish that came in were hungry, ate really good. So, it's all relative, You just put baits down there that you hope work. And there's obviously some thoughts and theories behind, the different shapes and profiles. And hooks are really important, But this one has a good single hook. I just seem to have a good hookup rate with too. Is that? Oh no, that's just bait. What is your favorite style of ice boot? I actually kind of like the rubber boots, actually. But I like to get a little bit bigger size because I like to have a little bit more room for my feet to breathe down there. What hut am I using? This particular hut is the Otter Resort Hub House. It's definitely acting like a pike. Yeah, that last fish definitely gave off those pike vibes. Until we pulled it through the ice. And when it bit so hard, and it kind of made a nice hard run, right after I set the hook. But then, any good walleye should, it came up, or it was easy to pull up the hole pretty quickly after that first little run. So, saw it was a walleye, and that's about it. MT Coiner. I'm jealous. I want to get out and fish so bad, but we don't have good ice in my part of Montana. 65 degrees today. That's not ice making weather, unfortunately. Dave said with a flasher all that bait would have been cluttered on the screen, and you might not have even seen the walleye. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have seen the walleye. I am of the opinion that live scope. So in this situation, the stationary fishing, like you pick a spot. So if you went out on Red Lake, I don't think you're catching like way more walleyes because you have forward-facing sonar, live scope type deal. I just don't think that's true. I think a dude with a flasher could conceivably catch more fish. You know, it's possible. Because like, what advantages do you have of using live scope? Like, it doesn't come into play very often that like it becomes important for you catching more fish in these situations. But that last fish probably wouldn't have caught without being able to see it off to the side, eating, feeding on all that bait up in the water column. But if it's just like a normal fish that's just kind of slinking its way across the bottom, that usually isn't going to make a huge difference of having live scope or not. Rob said, I forgot my rag, so I'm not that prepared. Hey, you can't blame me. This is my first time bringing everything out here. You wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that I remembered to bring that I probably would have forgotten any other time. So yeah, I had no rag, but that's what I've got these pants for, to wipe my fish slime on. Joe Holland goes big when he ice camps. Yes, he does. Joe goes hard in the paint. That's one thing I've been trying to figure out. I think just like objectively, propane, maybe not like a great way to heat a fish house. But like, what are the alternatives, right? So you have a wood stove is probably the next most popular alternative. And I don't really want to do that. That's like kind of sort of a lot of work, and you got to pipe it out of the house, and you got to get wood, and you got to manage that and whatever. So I don't know, that's an option, but like, that's like, for me, it's like if I'm gonna like full-blown camp out on the ice, I could see how that would make sense. But for just like a little fishing excursion, that seems like it'd be kind of tough. And then like a diesel heater, maybe, I don't know, maybe that would be good. That's something I gotta do some more research on. But for me, anyway, kind of, it is what it is. Like, this is what I'm running with. So I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, Joe Holland goes big when he goes ice camping. Yes. So anyway, Joe's got the big wood fueled heating systems and all kinds of stuff, and I can go kind of hard sometimes like that, but I bet you Joe packs heavier than I do. Michael said he brings the tablet and watches movies when the bite is slow. You know what? I was worried the bite was going to be slow, and what I was looking at is, well, geez, like I could watch YouTube videos, maybe call a buddy, I don't know, just kind of scroll on the internet and wait for fish to come through, or just eye of the tiger, like stare down the screen and watch for fish. But I thought it'd be way more fun to hang out with you guys and chat, instead of because I was thinking it was maybe going to be a slower evening, but it's actually been pretty good. But I figured I would call on you guys to keep me entertained. I didn't even post on social media or anything that we were doing this. So maybe more people would have showed up if I'd have told all my friends I was doing this. But anyway, I got you guys, so that's all I care about. Do I ever get scared fishing alone at night? No, because I wouldn't set up in an area that I would be concerned about. You know, like the lake is a dangerous place at night, so you don't want to go into that. Uh, kind of lightly. You want to really think about that. So. Thinking about making my own salted minnows to not deal with live bait. Any thoughts? Salted minnows can be really good in some fisheries. They're even more effective than bait sometimes. So yeah, if you can figure out a good recipe to do it and experiment with it, and it can be really, really effective. Heat hog all the way. Goodbye, Mr. Heater. Hey, that might be me once the old buddy flex here starts to suck or craps out on me. What's the temp? It's 12 in Poland. Sweet. I don't know what the temp is. It's got to be. Well, I guess I don't have any way of knowing what the temperature is unless I look on the internet. But it's got to be 20 something degrees Fahrenheit here. So I don't know if 12 in Poland is 12 Celsius or 12 Fahrenheit. I'm guessing Celsius because we're the weirdos. Am I running a swivel? Yes, I have a little swivel, a couple feet above the jig. Logan thought I was going to have a 10-minute battle for a minute there. Yeah, I mean, if that was a nice pike, he would have probably took me for a little ride there. Do I fish Leech Lake at all? I fish Leech Lake like a little bit. Not very much. But Leech Lake is awesome. I mean, I fished it a number of times this summer. But not like a ton. How's the bite? We had a flurry there. Otherwise, I mean, there's been plenty of times where it's been slow. But we definitely had a flurry, which was exciting. And now it's been a little quiet, but that flurry was 10-15 minutes ago. So we may still get some more fish rolling in here pretty soon. So yeah, no, it's been good. It's been fun. Flasher guys, we're getting limits as well. So some weren't, but live scope guys, we're giving fish away. Yeah, it just depends on what the bite is, I think live scope is an advantage, but some days on some bites it's less of an advantage. If you're talking about basin crappies, well then it's an enormous advantage. So it just depends on what the bite is. I've learned to always have some type of backup heat. Yeah, that is the most important thing. It's almost less about what heater you're using or system of heating you're using, and more about just having backup. I guess if you are, if you're doing heating with wood or whatever, but but if you're doing propane and you've got, a flex or a, what do they call it? Heat hog. I mean, any of it can fail, right? So just having a backup option is important, regardless of what you're running. What CO2? What CO detector do you use? Just I picked one up at Ace Hardware, and I don't have any specific recommendations on that other than that you should definitely always have one. Wilder up 3-1. All right, this might be a good night, barring anything bad. Oh, Sam said Poland, Maine. So not the country Poland. Well, how was I supposed to know that? No, that's cool. Poland, Maine is 12 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's chilly. You guys are making ice. I had heard that um I heard that it was going to be really cold over there. So that's good news. 21 degrees in Waskish, where I'm at. Okay. So that's what we got. Just over 20 degrees. Not the type of weather that gets really really good ice making. But it's cold enough. So cold enough that there will be some ice being made. Favorite color on Lake of the Woods? I would say if you're talking ice fishing, it's got to be pink. For me, pink's great on Lake of the Woods. It's a little dirtier. I mean, different parts of Lake of the Woods, have different water clarities. But if you're talking South Basin or whatever, looks like the Wild scored another goal. That's cool. Do I plan to run the same Lund next year? Am I looking at a new rig? The plan right now is to run the same boat I've got. 1875 Impact. So I'm happy with it. I don't have a reason to switch to anything else. I was thinking I wanted the 20-foot, but ended up grabbing the 18 and super happy with it. So very, very fishable. Cash Ellefson said he's right next to me. Also on the lake, I'm guessing. That's cool. Right on. Well, let me know if you're catching anything. Are those fish on the right, top right crappies? No. They're not crappies. They're other bait fish stuff. But not crappies. There's not like millions of crappies out here. Or like, there's the crappies are coming back for sure. And there's good populations of crappies, but right now where we're fishing, what we're doing this time of year, etc., there's not going to be like a lot of crappies where we're at. So, but there could be some for sure. We definitely could catch crappies, but those aren't crappies. Southern Wisconsin has temps in the 50s. Always seems to be a warm winter when I buy new ice gear. I hear you. Yeah, that's just the name of the game. That's how it goes. As soon as you buy, if you're buying some new ice gear, new shelter rods, whatever, it's gonna be bad news. But it's really, really bad news. Just you don't even want to do it. You don't want to get a snowmobile. As soon as you buy a snowmobile, just forget about it. It's over. At that point, you might as well hang it up for the year. I'm still running my 90s Maxim 17-incher. I absolutely slay them in that thing. Or 17 foot. That's awesome. That's a cool boat. Yeah, buying a new plow. Don't buy a snowmobile or a new plow, because you're not going to use it at all that year. That's just how it goes. It's science. Well, I may. Looks like there's still 300 people watching. Why are you guys still watching? It's almost 5 o'clock. I know I'm getting tired. I'm thinking about wrapping this thing up, but I don't feel like I can wrap it up if like the views haven't even gone down. Like, you guys obviously still want to see more. You guys want to see if there's more fish coming. Obviously people are interested in what's going on up here. You guys want more action. And I'm just like, man, it's almost 10. I wonder if people must be kind of fizzling out by now. But I guess not. Gotta keep fishing. Look at you guys. You guys are all about it. Aloha from Maui. Can't wait to visit and smash some fish. How thick is the snow here? Well, the snow is about 0 inches thick. So, no snow. But we have ice. 8 inches of it. Dobbs or Hall this Sunday? I have Dobbs on my fantasy team, so let's go with Dobbs. No, I think Dobbs gives you the best chance to win based on what we know right now versus a 5th round rookie. 5th round rookie quarterback. Like, Dobbs probably gives you your best chance, but if things start to go left with Dobbs again, I would have put Hall in last game. I can tell you that for sure. If he starts to look rough again, you got to get Hall in there. And don't put Mannion in there. No one wants to see Mannion. Put Hall in there if it goes bad. So, anywho. Fish was checking out the rattle reel. I must have missed that one. All right, let's see here. John said it's the classic, just another 15 minutes and then we'll go. That's what I'll say right now. Just another 15 minutes. Which basically just means I'll commit to 15 minutes. And but I could be convinced maybe to go beyond that. But for now, let's just say another 15 minutes is going to be the strategy. Any idea why Northland doesn't offer any blade baits? I don't know. They should. Blade baits are great. But I'm sure it's... I do know with those guys, like, they don't want to just, like... They try not to just come out with stuff just to, like, have stuff, you know? Like, if they do a blade bait, I'm sure it's going to be interesting in some way or another. So, but I don't have a good answer to that. I know you're not the first person to ask that also, so... Mason, so are we fishing structure or basin? So, the way Red lays out, it's pretty much basin, as far as, like, what's available. But there is, like, a little bit of structure. This is kind of, like, a unique spot in that there is, like, a little bit of structure where we are. But it's not, like, a lot of structure, so that's kind of what we're fishing. Had 3 guys on my fantasy team break their legs. Yeah, that'll happen. It's contact sport. People get injured. Fantasy football is just a game of attrition. Thanks for inviting us along tonight. Us iceless folks living through you excitedly. Thanks, man. Glad you're enjoying it tonight. Do you find that the fish are more or less aggressive during warm winters? Cold winters means better ice, but is it better for the bite? I would say warm winters would usually spell a better bite if you can get out and, ice permitting. But like warmer winter is gonna mean basically like that early ice and late ice bites, like those windows kind of like get extended a little bit. So early and late is usually the very, very best. And if you get more time in that early and late window, that's better. So that's my 2 cents on it. But we every year, like, we get midwinter every year because at least where we fish, Ever fished the Berkeley vibrato? Yeah, I have. I've used that for like lake trout and stuff. Textbook Minnesota goodbye, 15 minutes. You got it. You nailed it. In this case, it's the textbook Northern Minnesota goodbye on Upper Red Lake. Ooh. No way you guys can hear that, but the coyotes are going nuts. Well, I hope it's coyotes. I don't have any weapons if it's wolves. I thought it'd be really fun to do a live stream way up in the sticks. Like somewhere crazy, like up in Canada or something. Maybe up on like stinking Lake Athapapiscow or something in Manitoba, or maybe up on the north end of Rainy Lake or something. But the problem with something like that is service, cell phone service. So right now I'm running this on cell phone service. Believe it or not, it seems like the stream's been good. I don't know if it's been laggy much at all for you guys or whatever, but I thought maybe I could like pull the Starlink off my house and do a live stream somewhere way up in the sticks where there's no service. I mean, how cool would it be to do something like this somewhere in some crazy location? So anyway, I don't know why I thought of that, but Bad Crispy said he limited crappies and sunnies yesterday. South. That's awesome. Craig said it's the Irish goodbye for him. See you next live. Take her easy, Craig. Thanks for hopping in. Appreciate you watching. What's my confidence lure? I think just what I have on right now. Just like if I have to get bit and the fish have proven that they are going to be super tight-lipped and super lame and hard to catch, I think it's just what I've got going right here, and that is just the jig and a minnow, and just like a little 16th ounce jig, single hook, and a full minnow, and that's just like super. I don't know, it works. Logan said I gotta glow it up. I'll glow it up quick. Alright. right, we're all glowed up. A little bit of red glow. Subtle, but effective. Best lure for clear water. I like to go a little smaller and more finesse in clear water. Oop, here's one. Just nosing up for it. Come on, buddy. Ooh, there we go. Oh. We lost him. That was a bigger fish. The glow did it. It was the glow. Yep, rips in the chat. Oh no, is that the fish right there? No. There's something else going on there. I cry every time. That was a better fish. I really quick hopped up to see if I could see it. And I almost saw the tail kicking by, and but I didn't. I just missed it. I couldn't tell. I don't think it was a pike. I think it was like a big walleye. So there's that. It's awesome. But it could have been a pike. I'm just gonna be optimistic and say it was a pike. That was terrible. So sad. Rips in the chat. Yeah, it's the Irish goodbye for that Walter too. I definitely hooked him like pretty good. You guys can't see like that good, but like the rod was bent over and like, you know, I'm a little sad about it. How do you stream the live scope? I streamed the live scope with an HDMI cord coming out of the back of the unit, so it's a lot of work to kind of try and figure out, but I figured it out and it's kind of cool. 28-inch walleye. Man, I hope it wasn't a 28-incher. That would be a very rare specimen on this lake. Alright, I need something to drink here. Well, I see my caffeinated beverages, which I don't want. Let's see, what are we working with here? Oh, there we go. I'll save the caffeine for tomorrow. Oh. Dead stick. Bush light, not tonight. Paid forward 42. Question is, do I start from the beginning or start live? Well, live is right now. If you started from the beginning, then you wouldn't hear me answering your question for like 3 hours or however long we've been doing this. And I guess if you started from the beginning, you wouldn't know what my answer would be about starting from the beginning or starting live. So I don't know. I'd watch live if it was me, I feel like. I mean, if you're not going to bed right now, you might as well watch live. This is action that's happening right now. We're not messing around. This is truly live action. This is the real deal. People are catching walleyes right now. Make sure not to have any garbage on the ice there. All right. Oh, there's a walleye. Why didn't you guys tell me? Gosh, I'm an idiot. I'm not here to make any excuses, but I'm getting a little bit tired. I feel like if I was at my peak physically right now, if I had been hitting caffeine instead of these non-caffeinated beverages, I probably would have saw that fish. Based on the mood of the last 3 fish, I probably would have caught that fish. Sorry. There he is. Let's see if we can get his attention. It's just kind of crawling along. Never really came and looked. I'm not gonna lie, my back is a little sore from hunching over for 3 hours or whatever. What size hub do you have? This is the my brain. This is the Auto Resort. So it's like a 6-sided plus a door side. So it's pretty big. It's more than I need. But it's perfect for me and all my stuff, because I have a lot of stuff. Oh, there he is again. Burbot. The theory is burbot from Gene. Well, we'll see. Let's just catch him and find out. I'll just put that on the bottom right there. Well, that didn't work. Well, what do you guys think? I mean, is that a... I don't know. Maybe it's just a lame walleye that just didn't want to go. The last few fish were so hungry, you know? Yeah, I did try it down there. I mean, one of my favorite things is you just like put it on the ground. And then, you kind of bop it around a little bit and maybe kick up some mud. And then you just slowly, super slowly just lift it off the bottom. Even slower than I was doing it. Yeah, there's some folks saying burb. I mean, there was some burb vibes there. But you know what I think I need to do right now? Three marks in the last 5 minutes or so. So what I think what I need to do right now is I gotta glow this puppy back up. I had to look. I had to check to make sure there wasn't a fish down there while I was glowing. Been there, done that. I didn't get that in the sinking hole. All right. All right. We're back in action. What are the odds Nick falls asleep on the live stream? You guys can start doing side bets. I'll allow it. $15 more minutes. Yep. Every time I see a fish, we're resetting that 15-minute clock. Just so you guys know. Is that auto resort big enough to fit a plus-sized woman? Yeah, it's big. It's very big. There's a lot of room in here. I have some plus-sized men friends that they fit in here good, so you should be in good shape. Tom Green fell asleep on his live stream. Chad sat there until the phone died. Is Tom Green an angler or like a video game streamer? Minnesota goodbye, 20 minutes and counting. my wife just texted me and thought the plus size comment was funny. Plans to come back to Lake Winnipeg this year. Yes, for sure. There's one. But let's talk about that later. Let's catch this fish first. Yeah, it looks like it's the same fish. It looks like it's like a burbot or something. Just like nose straight down. Let's lift it up a little bit here. Did it take off? Yeah, it's that fish. In my thought, my opinion, is that is that fish is the same fish, I think. Just kind of like work in the area, maybe. So I don't know. What are you gonna do? Apparently not a biter. Plans to come to Lake Winnipeg this year. Yes. Well, no. I don't have plans. But I want to. Lake Winnipeg's like my favorite place now after catching that giant walleye this last year. How could I not come back? It's just nuts. Money is on burb. Yeah, it definitely could be burb. The bait is getting brave. Are you ready? We're gonna scare it. Oh wait. It's not scared. Usually you can scare that bait just by pulling through it like that. Tom Green, the Canadian comedian. Canadian comedian. Is that Red Green? They're pretty funny. What am I using to stream via my phone? Hope you have unlimited data. So right now I'm on my computer, so this is my webcam on my computer, the built-in webcam. I should get a nicer webcam. So this screen right here can actually be somewhat high quality. But this is just built into my MacBook, and then I'm just streaming on my computer. Then I have my cell phone pointed in the upward position for optimal service. And that's just doing hotspot to my computer. So, and I don't have, well, I do have unlimited data, but I don't know of any providers that allow you to have unlimited hotspot. Thought I saw a fish kind of materializing underneath my bait. Yeah, so that's what I'm running. When are you going to hook up the live scope to VR goggles? It's so funny that you said that, because 3 days ago I was thinking about that. Man, why don't you just wear them on your face? Then you'll never miss any fish that are coming. So, yeah, it's funny that you said that, but I mean, in theory you could, because oh, well, my phone is right there. Oh, there's a fish. Come on up. It's close to the bottom, but I don't want to drop it right on its head. I mean, I could, but I'd rather see if it'll come up here. Okay, let's drop it down here. Yeah, I mean, you can actually send the live scope from the unit to your cell phone. So, in theory, you can put it on your cell phone, and from your cell phone, you can put it into the VR goggles. So, it's funny you said that, because I've actually thought about that a little bit. What is this stinking fish? Let's drop back down into the mud again here. I'm just gonna keep it in the mud, and I'm gonna look at the comments. What am I using to stream directly to my live scope unit? Just an HDMI cable. My live scope has HDMI out in the back, which is kind of a pricey little feature to have, because you need the most expensive series of units. But gotta do what you gotta do. Burb or small sturge? I totally get those vibes. I do not disagree. Yep, I'm walking out on Red Lake here, Mitch. Caleb said he wants to push himself to start making content, but find himself getting discouraged. Any tips? I would say just do it. Just, if you want to make content, just make it, whether that's to look at that big old blob. If you want to make content, just make it. You don't have to worry about if anybody likes it. Just make what you think would be fun fun to do or whatever. And if you're discouraged because it's like hard to do, well then just like try and simplify your process a little bit. But don't feel like you have to make amazing stuff. Like anybody who makes any content at all is going to not like the first content you make is not going to be good. So just start. It's my 2 cents. There's another one over there by the rattle reel. Ooh, he's coming in hot. Is he gonna nose up for the rattle reel? He's definitely pausing and looking at it. Oh, he's coming over here now. This is a bigger fish, guys. This is a good fish. Come on. Oh, you stinking. Is that a pike? Do you guys think that's a pike? Pike? Rips in the chat. Oh, he's still here though. You don't have to rip yet. Well, you probably should rip because it's swimming the wrong way. Pike. Y'all are thinking pike. I would rip in the chat if I could type in the chat, but I don't think I can. Alright, I don't think there's any way I can catch up with some of those old comments. I was just kind of going down the line. So if you guys have some more comments or questions that I missed, you can definitely drop them in and I'll definitely try and hit them. You guys want me to glow up? You guys know as soon as I reel up, I'm going to start marking. It's always the danger. Get some glow on there. Five marks in 5 minutes again. They're active. Yeah, they're going. Although it's been a lot of weird stuff now. Like that last fish, I mean, it could have been a walleye. Definitely could have been a pike. But some of those fish before that, like, had some burbity vibes. You know? Burbity. It's a word. What electronics should I buy next year? I already have an underwater camera. You definitely... Well, it depends on what you fish or how you fish, but some sort of sonar is great, right? Because underwater cameras don't show all. And walleyes are a little apprehensive of underwater cameras, which may or may not be an issue for how you fish. But underwater cameras don't work that good in the evening and night, which is for some fisheries and some species, like that's like the best bite, it's like low light. So you need some sort of sonar device, whether that's something fancy, like this, whether it's like live scope or any other forward facing sonar. or just like a flasher would be great. Like a used flasher would at least get you going, with something. So that's my 2 cents on that. I went out of which resort did I go out of? I'm out of Sunny Beach. So then we went off to the side a little bit too. So they probably don't know I'm out here anymore. What battery am I using? So I'm basically just using a big lithium. I can't remember exactly how many amps, but as big as I can fit. Yes, Dan, I am using the Power Precision. Power Precision. I'm slurring my words, and I haven't even had a drink of alcohol in 2 days. Yes, 38-inch. It's just what I was using while I was hole hopping earlier today. But I would say, like, personally for me, I tend to prefer the Precision, not the Power Precision on Red Lake, but the Power Precision is just like a jack of all trades rod, and I like it for hole hopping, and I like it for walleyes, and if you catch a pike, you can handle it. But the Precision is just like that perfect Red Lake walleye rod. But although if you do hook into a pike, like, you'll be happy you have a little bit of extra power. So that's my 2 cents on it. But yeah, that's what I'm using. So on Saturday, the fish were acting the same. They come about a foot off bottom and would go away after looking at it. Dead stick was my best producer. Just a 1/8 ounce perch eye in glow perch, I believe. Yeah. It's it's just walleyes being walleyes. They're stinky. They're not that stinky. They're a little stinky. My wife thinks they're stinky. They can be really tough to catch, but sometimes, they're predators. They got teeth. And so they can be really aggressive. Like, I think one of them was, a couple of these fish are pretty aggressive, but that one that was up chasing bait was really aggressive. And, we're like, everybody thought it was going to be a pike. But a lot of times, man, they are stingy. So it's just the name of the game. Dead sticks and stuff can just be really effective. Hope to see you on Mille Lacs again soon. Yeah, heck yeah, for sure. No, it won't be long till it's Mille Lacs time. I do know some people are sneaking out there. I would not recommend doing that. But maybe some areas it's somewhat reasonably safe, but it won't be long. Once we get past this hot weather and start getting back to ice making weather, Mille Lacs should be awesome. So I'm excited to get on in Mille Lacs very soon if possible. Do you like to use the grids on live scope? So I do. I have the grids on obviously right now. The reason why I like it is I kind of like to have some sort of size reference when I'm like scrolling back through and looking at the fish that were looking at my bait and being like, oh man, like that one was, 2 grids long, probably a 25-inch or 23-inch or whatever. But like a lot of times I'll turn it off so that I have a nice clear image for like a YouTube video or whatever. But I would say just generally fishing, I kind of like to have them on. But I think most anglers, it's like a 50-50. Some people like it on, some don't. I think it's just a preference thing. Are you going to go to the ice fishing extravaganza? Probably not. I haven't gone for a really long time, since I was a kid. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's fun to like hang out and stuff, but for me, I'd rather just go fish somewhere where there's not 10,000 people. Do I create content for a living? If so, when did you decide it was time to quit your job? So I actually had a job where I did a lot of content creation when I worked with my dad, making like fishing YouTube or fishing like TV show stuff and social media and managing websites and whatever. But yeah, when I did go out on my own and start making content, when did you decide it was time to quit? I just decided, that like I wanted to kind of go and make content. And I don't know. It's too deep of a question for me to answer right now. Have I tried any rattle baits? When I was out here last week, I was trying rattle baits, and wasn't really killing it with them. But I love rattle baits out here. This is one of the few lakes that I actually will use rattle baits on in Minnesota. What is your bait of choice? Said Damon. Well, Damon, right now it is a forage minnow jig, the full lively minnow, and glowed up. A little bit of glow, a little bit of red glow down there. So that's my bait of choice at the moment. Wilder up 5-2. That's wild. Ice fisherman calling 45 degrees hot. It is. It's way too hot. If you ever walked around in an ice suit when it's 45 degrees, man, I tell you, it's really strange though. Like I remember, it was a handful of years ago. We were ice fishing in April, and it was like 40. It was like 42 or 45 degrees. And it was so stinking hot that I had to strip down to my t-shirt. And yeah, it's just relative. It's weird. It's relative to what you're used to or whatever. And you're not making any ice when it's 45 degrees, so we don't want that. That's way too hot. Your eyes are looking heavy. Your eyes are looking heavy now. I gotta wake myself up. But not with caffeine, because then there's no way I'm going to sleep tonight. Special thanks to Shadow Bassin for updating on the viewership and how long we've been streaming. I don't know why, but that kind of stuff just like itches at the back of my mind. But it's nice to see like the ebb and flows. Like it seems like maybe the viewership is dropping off a tiny bit now that it's like halfway to 11 o'clock or whatever, 10:30. Or am I gonna upgrade to the new LiveScope Plus? Well, this is the new LiveScope Plus, so I am upgraded. But if they came out with a plus, I would maybe upgrade to that. Lost that toad. How long are you staying on red? Gotta get that redemption. Well, I think probably I'll stay on for like another 15 minutes is what I'm thinking. What Otter Ice Shack is that? This is the Otter Resort Hub House. I don't know how my live scope is at 15.7 volts. I think it's because it's a lithium battery and it's really full. I don't know. Yeah, it's an NMC. That is correct. I can't remember. I looked that up. It was like a better form of a lithium battery or something. I'm looking to go to Minnetonka at the end of December. Any info on that lake? Fortunately, I don't have any info on that lake. I've never fished that lake. I don't get down to the metro like a lot to fish. So I don't have a lot of experience on a lot of those fisheries. I do know that like Tonka is good. Well, obviously it's highly pressured, but like I know that there's like a lot of panfish action there, and I'm sure the walleyes are a grind. I have no idea. So that's not any tips, but it's just what I got for you. Damon was fishing in late March last year in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Got sunburnt. Yes, exactly. There's just something about it. Get smelling salts that'll wake you up. I don't even know the first thing about smelling salts. Is that like a drug? And can you buy it at a gas station? Oh, look at the dead stick, guys. There's a fish under the dead stick. The rattle reel. I'm gonna poke over there with my rod. I don't want to step too much, but I'm gonna tap it. That got him excited. I just tapped the line a little bit with my rod tip. He's not there. All right. Well, he must have grabbed it for a second or something. Just enough to get the rattles engaged. Well, that was like a bite, kind of. I don't know what you consider that. Once again, I feel like I'm going to fall behind in the comments here, so if you had anything you You wanted me to answer. Isn't this fun? Yes, this is fun. This is as fun as it gets. Sleep is overrated. There's walleyes to be caught. Every once in a while, one shows up. The rattle reel. Ooh, there's one. It's gonna get bit. Is the rattle reel gonna get bit? That fish is so aggressive. That fish was just like a no doubter. He doesn't have it right now. He's got it. There we go. Oh my gosh. Chaos. Ow. All right. We had to work for that one. This guy just needs to mellow out. Okay. Where's the line? Did it pop out? I don't see the line or feel the line. All right. Walleye. Ooh. Jeez. Cheese. There we go. Oh, this one is spunky, guys. Another upper red lake Walter. They're hungry. They're built just right. And if I was hungrier, I'd eat this one. But I've got unsalted peanuts and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. So I'm in good shape. Oh. Filled out. How's the connection? You guys said we froze? Why did we freeze during a walleye? I made a funny joke about the walleye I caught too. You guys probably missed the joke. Alright. It did freeze. Okay, we're good now. Oh, it was during the release. Was it like a freeze frame of my butt or something when it froze? Okay, you saw the walleye. I believe you. Even if you're just saying that to make me feel better, I still believe you. Yeah, the bite is heating up. This is like a thing. This is a real thing. Actually, if I didn't have that rattle reel there, that walleye probably would have just kept on swimming right to my jigging rod and caught it. Okay. I gotta put another minnow on there, so you guys just gotta give me a second. For all I know, there's a big tangled mess over there I gotta clean up. You guys just get along without me here for another minute. And hopefully there's no freeze frames. feel like I broke everything over here. Oh no. Alright, what do we got here? Get this set back up. Right about there. Oh. All right. $15 more minutes on the clock. There was a famous YouTube story, not YouTube, Twitch. The Twitch streamer Ludwig. They stream video games on Twitch usually, not fishing. But he had this thing where they called it like a subathon, and like every time that someone subbed, he had to like stream for like another minute or I don't know how long. And he just got so many subs that he had to do a live stream for 30 days straight. I think it was like 31 days or something. So this is kind of like that, except for every time we catch a fish or see a fish, we have to stream for another 15 minutes. So we have 15 more minutes to go here. All right. So DLS Wizard said, Nick, call it done at 11:15 and get some sleep. And on the surface, that sounds like a nice thing to say. But the more you look at it and think about that, he wants me to stream for another 32 minutes. That means the 15 minutes isn't good enough. I'm just kidding. I appreciate the sentiment. My minnow's getting frisky down there. I can feel it swimming on my jigging rod here. What resort? So today I went through Sunny Beach Resort. We don't have any tip-ups out. We just have one rattle reel off to the side here that just produced that last fish right there. What is my biggest walleye through the ice? My biggest walleye through the ice was from last March, actually, on Lake Winnipeg, and it was 30 inches long and like 11 and a half pounds, somewhere in that range. So that was really, really big. That was significantly larger than my second biggest. I've caught, 29 inches, but like I've never caught one that was close to 11 and a half pounds. They just don't grow them that big around home, honestly. What would my life look like without ice fishing? That's a very deep question, Mr. AIM94. Well, I'd probably be sleeping right now. So I can tell you for sure that my life would be different in that way at this very moment. What is the ice thickness? Right here, we're looking at about 8 inches. But we're somewhat close to shore. I would not be fishing after dark if I wasn't close to shore. So, so yeah, there's about 8 inches where I'm at right now. We're not like right next to shore, but like, because obviously it's 10 feet of water, but we're not out. We're not out in the lake or past. We're not past any cracks or anything. We're on the inside of all that. Why aren't you rattling them in with a rattle spoon? So, Jess, our thought process with that is they really weren't that earlier in this live stream, rattles would have been considered like a negative. All of the fish that we saw come in were very apprehensive, and rattling would have been like considered not good. And now the fish are a little more active. Maybe rattling would start to work again. But we actually kind of worked our way backwards a little bit, and slowed things down so we could hopefully catch some fish. But now the fish are biting kind of decent. So anyway, we're just going to stick with what's working for now. Is this live? This is live. American Nightmare. This is happening right now. Some dude is on a lake right now catching walleyes and doing a live video of it. So yes, this is most certainly live. Otherwise, how would I be answering all y'all's questions, you know? Have you ever fished Bay of Quinte? No. I want to. It looks like it's nuts. Looks like it's ridiculously good fishing. What is the background? The background is a fish house. 4 straight wins for the Wild with their new coach. I like it. Oh, the background of, yeah. Background, you're looking at a fish sonar, yes. MT Coiner said his dad and he tag teamed a 13 plus pound hen on Fort Peck a couple years ago. Could barely get that thing through a 10-inch hole. That's just nuts. I mean, the cool thing, I mean, Fort Peck, it's kind of like Canada, you know? You got those big giant fish over there, and just, you know, big water with amazing forage. Like, that's just such a cool fishery. And actually, me and my wife and sister and her boyfriend all went to Fort Peck this last winter to fish for lake trout. So I want to get back there again and fish for lake trout again. And I mean, I'd love to fish for walleyes there too. I've heard like they do that tournament out there, that big tournament. It just sounds nuts, you know. So it's just a cool fishery. No, Quentin. I would not say that all that stuff up there is crappies. Not crappies. Yeah, some sort of bait fish. There's a lot of bait in here. I can't, without hooking something and pulling it through the ice, I can't say for sure what's up there, but there's a lot of bait fish and minnows and whatever up there. Brandon said he's just tuning in, wants to know if we caught anything. Yeah, we have caught some walleyes. This has actually been pretty good and pretty fun. It's not nuts, you know, like Red Lake can get nuts where you catch a crazy amount, but like this is pretty good, you know. We've caught some fish. Do you get anything else up in red besides walleyes? Yeah, there's definitely pike. You mostly catch walleye and pike in my experience. So, best lake for a night bite, in your opinion? I don't know what like the best lake for a night bite would be, but generally like clearer lakes have better night bites. Red Lake is not particularly clear, but it does have a good night bite as well. But Mille Lacs is like probably my favorite night bite lake. That seems to be a lake that has the biggest contrast between daytime bites and night bites. Look at that, and I'm messing around, and I've already got my bait halfway up the column before this thing gets here. There we go. All right. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right. Why am I out of breath? It's weird. Okay. Little Walter. Well, it's not little. It's like the same size as all the other ones. Yep, 15 more minutes, guys. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, kind of an interesting situation there, wasn't it? Ooh, he angry. I was kind of messing around and not accidentally, I pulled the bait up into the water column. And so the fish came, and it was like I was already halfway up the water column. And the cool thing about YouTube is you guys can just rewind it and look and see the whole experience again if you want to. But I don't get to rewind, so I just have to remember. Anyway, so now I'm just rambling. I'm going to let this guy go, because we don't need to keep anything at the moment. And, yeah. So, despite the fact that I was already way too high, for starters, that fish came all the way up and kept following, and just to keep that fish active, I continued to raise the bait a little bit. And no worries from that fish. He didn't care. Came up and bit it. So I'm not mad about it. Ooh. Let's get another minnow on there. Get right back down. How can you stop fishing when they're biting? It's like the whole leave fish to find fish, except for sleeping instead of leaving. Oops. It's way too fun. Alright, let's see if I can get this stinking. My fingers don't work. Oop, there we go. There we go. Alright. Get her back down. there's a fish just waiting for me. So he's patient. It's very nice of him to just wait. Is he gonna come and look now? Plumpster. He was waiting, but he decided, I don't know. You know what? I guess I'm not hungry. Yeah, I agree, Jim. A lot of these fish are kind of looking greenish. They got those green Winnipeg vibes. And they're kind of built like Winnipeg fish, but they're not, they're built like tall, but not long. If you took the frame of some of these fish and put it on like a 30-inch walleye, it would be nuts. So I've heard, Dave said, recently that if the fish is vertical when it bites, let it turn horizontal before setting the hook. Have you tried that? I think that's, my opinion is that's going a little too deep. I think when the fish bites, you need to get good hooks in it as soon as it has the hooks inside its mouth. So that would be my 2 cents. I think anything beyond that is kind of, trying to get too cute with it, maybe. Heading off. Good luck, Nick. Take her easy, Sam. Thanks for watching tonight. And thanks for leaving some comments. So Shadow Bassin is dropping the update that we're up to 300 people watching, 306, which is what we had 4 hours ago basically. So here's another fish. This one looks big. It looks like its nose is down though. This could be big. This could be big. That was big. That was a bigger one. That would have been a fish that would have been fun to see. Definitely one of the bigger fish, we're gonna run into. It looked pretty long, but you could also tell it was just really thick, big thick red mark. So yeah. So my wife said in the comments, so I just noticed my wife popped into the comments here. I got a text from her about 15 minutes ago saying she's going to bed. But she said in the comments that she feels like I should keep it low instead of raising it on those big fish. What do you guys think? The raising has worked, for some fish, but maybe some of those big ones need a little tap in the mud. It's possible. Anytime you get shut down by a fish, what you did was the wrong decision. So if I've marked a few big fish today and I didn't catch any of them, then maybe I should have been tapping in the mud. Bass Pundit, we have not caught any crappies tonight. I haven't even marked any fish I would consider to be crappies at this point. What is it about ice fishing? Just when you're about to call it quits, a mark on the sonar will keep us out for another 3 hours. Honestly, when I started doing this tonight, I was like, yeah, I just need someone to talk to while I'm fishing out here. And I figured I'd do it for like an hour and a half. And we're slightly deeper than that now. So it is what it is. Mud tap that bad boy. Alright, the next big one, we're not even gonna work it up. If you look at it and it looks like it's gonna be willing to come up, like that last fish, like I just worked it up, just to see. But that one definitely had its nose down, right? But if we mark a fish and it looks like it's the type of fish that's gonna feed up, I'll go up. But the next time we see one like that, where it's more of like a nose in the mud kind of fish, we're just gonna lay this bait right on the bottom and let the minnow do all the work for us and try and get that walleye to just like pick it up off the bottom. I mean, that's a viable strategy. So we'll change it up a little bit for the next big fish we see. I feel like I got a little fin in my finger. I get paranoid about that kind of stuff. I don't want to lose a finger because the walleye poked me and stuck his little fin in me. Bigger the walleye, the less they chase if you raise it away from them, in my opinion. I think that's fair sometimes. Although, sometimes those big walleyes can be the big, meanest predators that are willing to chase super hard and fast. So it just depends. But yeah, in a lot of these lakes, I think that can be true, what you said. How much better are you at ice fishing than Troy and Dan? Well, I ice fish a lot more than those guys, so you would think I would be at least a little bit better. Well, Logan is the glow police. He says I gotta glow back up. And I don't want to get a ticket. So I'm gonna reel up and re-glow here. Just wait. We're going to mark a fish in like 2 minutes now that we're reglowed. Maybe try a drop shot type system. The sinker with a rattle. Bang in the bottom. And your bait a foot ahead, a foot above. I'll think about it. I have a drop shot tied up. I may try that in a little bit. John said, tell me you're from Minnesota without telling me you're from Minnesota. I'll go first. I just spent 4.5 hours watching Nick Lindner ice fish with his live scope tonight. That's hilarious. I gotta screenshot that. My wife just said I was gonna go to bed until I saw that last mark. It's so addicting, haha. God darn it. I feel exactly the same, hon. I feel exactly the same. Ice fish with your dad on video this year, question mark? I want to. I definitely want to. In fact, I invited him to go on a trip this fall. Or not this fall. This March. March is kind of like the fall of ice fishing. On late ice. And he may or may not make it work. But we should probably ice fish before then, I think. Me and my dad like to get together and bass fish in open water. And that's always fun. But let's see, do we ice fish a lot together? Man, I think it's been a couple of years now. So yeah, I'd like to do that. Maybe we'll make that happen. Maybe we can do another one of these lives with him. I think that would be fun. So addicting that even a swig of NyQuil and my recliner haven't phased me, haven't caused me to fall asleep. I'm glad I'm more interesting than the sleeping pull of NyQuil. No, I'm not interesting. The walleyes are interesting. I understand. Someone just invented a jig recharger with a 15-minute timer on it that resets every time you charge the jig. Why do I drink these beverages so awkwardly? Jeff said in 1996 he caught a 34-incher, 12.5 pounds on a Mille Lacs. They did exist. I want to live in a world where those fish exist. What happened to my Mega Live? I still have my Mega Live. I needed a second unit. This one has an HDMI cord in the back so I can live stream with it. But I still have my Mega Live as a backup unit and also a second unit. So like if my wife or like my fishing buddy wants to have their own live unit. How far north are you? There's no ice fishing near Toronto for at least a month. So technically, I'm on a similar, is it longitude or latitude? So I'm straight east of you, like, hundreds of miles. But we make ice better here in Minnesota than you do in that Toronto area. So, Yeah, I'm on Upper Red Lake in Minnesota, and we have ice. Nick and his dad would be legendary. Yeah, we have a lot of fun fishing together. So I'll try and make that happen. Maybe we'll do a live this winter. We'll see. Water's still cloudy up there? Question mark. Asked Michael. Yes, it's still a little cloudy. Getting better all the time, but but it's not quite at like that peak, early ice red lake bite. Let's see here. Trying to catch up with the comments, and then I got all confused. Like I lost my spot there. Jordan asked if I did a live with my dad last year. So it was 2 years ago. I did a live Q&A with my dad. So yeah, that was 2 years ago now already, and that got like really good reception. But yeah, a lot of people said that was like their favorite video I did that winter, and that winter was the year I did 30 days in a row on the ice. Fishing on the ice for 30 days in a row. And people thought that one with my dad was the best. So I didn't even have to do any editing. It was just a live video. And we didn't even catch any fish. Any new gear you're excited about this year? While you're looking at it, this live scope screen is something new I got this year that I'm pretty jacked about. Can you hook up the live scope to VR? I've thought about this. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, but you can. Got my cell phone behind me here, but I can technically, just based on what unit I'm using, I don't have like the normal Echo Map unit, but with this unit I can actually send a signal to my phone and watch it in like perfectly real time on my phone. So then I suppose if you can slip your phone inside those glasses things, I suppose you could watch VR scope. So I think. Anyway. John said he just tuned in. You catch anything? Yeah, we've caught a number of fish. It's been pretty good. I mean, it's not nuts, but it's like, it's a pretty good evening of fishing here. Yeah, I don't know how many exactly. I'd have to review the footage. Technically, you can rewind and watch stuff if you want. I like staying live, but if you wanted to go back and look at some of the catches, you can rewind and look at them. I don't think you can do that on Twitch. I could be wrong, but on YouTube here, you definitely can. Michael said you're on Red Lake and no set line. We do have a set line. It's on the side of the screen to the left there. It doesn't show up very good on the live scope for some reason. Maybe just the way I have the live scope pointed, but I do have a set line right there. New state record in South Dakota, 17 pounds, 13 ounces by Mobridge on the river. That is a tank. That's way bigger than any walleye we're going to catch today. Significantly larger. Uh, yeah, Michael, I have the 8610, not the 8612 head unit here. Mark asks, Nick, what would you consider a successful ice fishing season to be? Uh, Not having anything like too crazy break or anything, or not falling through the ice. That's just like for starters. And then on top of that, just being able to get out like a decent amount, but then also, get out with some buddies a few times and maybe get a trip or two in. And then like maybe catch like one or two like very, very impressive fish. Like that 11.5 pounder, 11.5 pound walleye from last year. Is something that I would consider to be in that category. And then I'm going to give these minnows a quick shot. Quick shot of oxygen. And then I caught a really big burbot last year on Lake of the Woods. So a couple fish like in those class, in that class, and that's what I would consider to be like a successful year on the ice. And then being able to like make a bunch of videos, kind of throughout the process. So, Troy asked if I'm coming up to Manitoba this winter. Thanks for coming to the ice show. Got me into your content. Well, thanks for getting into the content, Troy. If you're from up there, we don't have the crazy fishing that you guys have up there, but hopefully you can learn one or two things from some of the content that can help. And our fishing back home is tougher, so hopefully you can figure out some good tough bite tips for when things get a little harder up there. But am I coming to Manitoba? No hard plans yet, but I would say probably. I will probably get up there to film some content and fish and stuff. So, am I coming to Devil's Lake this year? That is a hard maybe. Devil's Lake is close enough that I can run over there for a couple days and have it not be a big deal. And I love Devil's Lake, so I really, really want to do that. I don't have anything on the calendar yet, but I might. And that might be something I do in December too. We'll see. I'm not sure. Any fishing plans in Wisconsin this year? So we're just doing the whole loop here, the whole gamut. No plans yet. But at some point, someone's going to probably beckon me over to Wisconsin. Let's see here. If you could pick one do-it-all panfish rod, which would you pick? For me, like, for something that's a little nicer, that is going to work for literally basically anything you could possibly do for panfish, it's got to be Tuned Up's Bullwhip. That thing's just all around. Basically any panfish presentation, it's like perfect for. Pretty much it's like I've never seen a rod that's so, versatile and nice, so if I can only pick one, that would be that. You like to go out of the south or west side? Usually I'm going out of the south or east or north side. Sometimes I'll go out of like that JR's corner area, but we've been going out a little bit higher the last couple times up here. Sunset Beach. But then sometimes I'll go all the way to the north end just to like get away from some of the fishing pressure, and I love it up there. It's a little bit extra driving for me. So like if I'm gonna like be up there for a couple days, it's totally worth going up to the north end on Red Lake. But if it's just like a quick day trip, like I'll save that extra 30, 40 plus minutes of driving and just stick to the south or southeast side. Did you ever get in on the lake trout ice trips to Sioux Narrows? I did get in on that. We used to do lake trout opener in the Sioux Narrows area on Lake of the Woods, and that was like one of my favorite traditions for a while, but we haven't done that for several years. But man, that's super fun. I just love lake trout. Why are there no good fishing video games? Why? Well, they've all just come out in the last like 6 years. Like this one right here is my favorite fishing video game. Forward-facing sonar. I mean, that's better than a video game. It's as good as it gets, man. You just can't beat the real thing, and this is the real thing. And this is about as much screen real estate as anyone's gonna ever need, probably. But we'll see. Technology's always changing. How thick is the ice? Asked Leah. So right now we're sitting on about 8 inches, roughly. 7, 8. But ice conditions are variable, so always make sure to check. And we're like inside of all of the cracks right here on this part of the lake where we're fishing, and beyond the cracks, and there's different patches and areas where there's less ice. So have I caught any northern tonight? I caught a northern today. I don't think we got any tonight since we started streaming. No. But I did catch a decent northern today, and I saw a couple nice ones. Favorite way to eat walleyes? If fried, what mix? For walleyes, I would say fried for sure. I love them in like tacos or sandwiches. Gotta get that bread in there somehow. For health reasons. No. And then what mix? We grew up on shore lunch. And then my dad and mom would just kind of use like breadcrumbs or seasoned, stuff like that. And that was like as good as anything, if not better than the shore lunch. And then, since the old catch and cook crew started making that stuff, very impressed by that. So I've been using that a lot lately. So that's sort of been the gist of my walleye eating career. What is your record for days on the ice in one season? I've never really kept track, I guess. I did do 30 days in a row on the ice. But as far as in a season, I don't know. I'm not a guide, so like I can't like go back and look at the calendar and be like, I was on the ice, 65 days this winter or whatever. Like, I just don't have that data. How's the temperature there? I think it's like 20-ish degrees, I think. TK Outdoors said, my dad said it's time for bed. I can understand that. My wife was saying the same thing about 45 minutes ago. Okay, best hub house accessory that most people don't think of. I'm pretty bare bones in here right now. For the first trip, you know, and not, I had to walk out. If I had my snowmobile, man, this thing would be looking like a, you know, my word recall is a lot worse now that we're a little bit later into the evening here. It'd be looking like a mansion, you know, it'd be decked out. But, you know what, just like, I'll go to something that I wish I had at the moment. And it's like you clip them onto the poles up there, and it's just like a rag, you know, to dry your hands or whatever. So you don't have to dry your fishy hands on your pants or whatever. That, or like I have like right there, I have my coat hanging from a hook. The hook is up there. Ugh. And the hook just attaches to... Oh, that was squeaky. The hook just attaches to the pole. So I like doing that. Stupidly simple. You just leave the hooks up on the poles all year, even after you collapse it. You don't have to take it all down. So then anytime you pop your hub house up, you just have hooks sitting there just ready for you. Just joined. Have you caught them on a spoon today? I have, yes. And we've caught fish on spoons and... Well, technically I'm using a jig because it's got the single hook. But it's also kind of a spoon, so... We've definitely caught fish on spoon type things today. I definitely just skipped a bunch of comments because I couldn't mentally rip through them fast enough to keep up with the chat. 8 or 10 inch hole. Right now I'm rocking an 8 inch hole. Why? You asked why, and the answer is because I could probably get away with a 6 inch hole, so I definitely don't need a 10. If I happen to hook into a sturgeon by some miracle, I'll probably wish I had that 10, but 8 inch hole is great. No need to go bigger than that. You could get away with a 6, especially on Red Lake. You know, outside of a big pike, like, you're probably not gonna have any issues getting anything through 6. Well, you didn't hang it up at 11:15, but I can't stay awake any longer. Keep safe and good luck. Night. Night. Thanks for sticking along this late. I really probably should go to bed, actually. Actually, the battery that's keeping my laptop alive, keeping it charging, I should say, died. Oh my gosh. That carbonated beverage is making me burp. So my laptop is slowly dying. So I actually probably should wrap this up. Actually. So no, Alex, there aren't any resorts letting people sleep out here yet, I don't think. You have to do that of your own volition at this point. I've seen the Arc Lab shelf before on other YouTube videos. They all seem to sag down. What's your thoughts and our experience on the shelf? Yeah, they definitely sag down. You can definitely still set stuff on there. I kind of like it for the rod holder holes, so you can just pop the rods in there. But I think like on the different Shack brands, it actually sits flat. So, but with Otter, I don't know if it's like the angle of the poles or whatever. It doesn't sit flat, so I like it, but I would prefer it to sit flat, but it is what it is. I still kind of I like it enough that I like to have it like when I've got like the bench here. I like to have it on the side there, and I can throw stuff on there. So, anywho, I mean, it feels, I don't want to wrap this up if there's still 200 people that want to watch. But I'm a little bit tired. And we might be past that 15 minutes since the last fish action. So, this might be the end. And I know that there's probably... Shadow Bassin says we're at 226. That's a lot of people. But I know some of you probably are hoping to stay on till the end of this and maybe see if there's any more fish or whatever. So I would feel bad, or no, wait, what was I trying to say? No, some of you are probably wanting to stay till the end, right? You want there to be a logical finish to this video. And then apparently it keeps jumping. 244. It seems like a lot of people watching. And I just checked, because I actually can check. I just found out. And yeah, there's a lot of people watching this. I mean, it is kind of cool. Like, Red Lake is a popular destination. People want to know what's going on. Some fish being caught. And right now, like, we're fishing for walleyes right now. It's kind of nuts. It's sort of cool. But I'm definitely on the back end of my of my sanity here. I wonder if we could would it be weird if we did a live stream and I'm just laying down jigging? Could we do would it be weird? Should I just put down 2 rattle reels and like I just go to bed? I wonder how many people would watch if the lights were off, if I was just sleeping right there, just so tired that I just had to go to bed. So I just laid down. We had rattle reels down. How many of you would watch me sleep? That's what I want to know. I bet there would definitely be some people that had the stream on. Clayton said he'll watch me sleep. Well, I would watch you two sleep. I would watch you sleep too. As well. Yeah, you're really getting... you're really jumping in here at a time when I'm getting pretty close to punch drunk, and it's not because I'm drinking spiked punch. This is what I'm drinking tonight. My beverage of choice, sparkling ice water. But the intoxication is actually just coming from me being really tired. How's the bite been in the dark? The bite has been great in the dark. It's been better in the dark than it's been in the daytime. Which is a wild concept for walleyes, right? 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 No, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, even for a dirtier fishery. But you got to be careful this time of year. You don't want to be out on the ice when it's dark unless you are very, very certain that you are in a safe situation. So, sorry, Clayton, we don't have any 30-inch walleyes. We had 3 of them that were 29 and a half. We were so close. Maybe next time. Go live all night. That would screw me up for the whole week. I couldn't even handle it. But you never know. You know what? If these walleyes would show back up, I wouldn't stop streaming. I would keep it going. I'm not going to go to bed when the fish are biting. It's just ridiculous. That would be complete blasphemy. Fishing on Hope said we are waiting on ice here in Illinois. I bet you are, because you're in Illinois and we barely have ice in Minnesota, so that would make sense logically to me. Where's the fish? You catch fish. Catch a fish? Said Aaron. We're trying to get some fish for you. We actually caught a good number of fish today. The bite was actually pretty decent. So, yeah. We're gonna keep going. We're still jigging. Nope, Aaron, I'm not set up in my garage. This isn't the test mode or whatever on LiveScope. See, look, I'm actually jigging. Look. You can see the bait go down, up. It's real. This is real life. We're real life walleye fishing. But you probably won't believe me until we reel up another walleye. Because how could anybody be walleye fishing live on the YouTubes? It's not even possible. So I'm just going to have to prove it to you. Are we on the south or east shore? Kind of both. We're sort of in the kind of corner, maybe a little bit up the east shore. Hold up today's newspaper. Darn it. If I still bought the newspaper, I would be able to prove it. Can I try and catch those rinky dinks up there? I'm curious to know what they are. I mean, they're probably like minnows, so. And if they're not minnows, they're moon eye or gold eye or whatever they have in here. I can't remember which one. So. I probably can't catch them, unfortunately. I do have a tungsten tied up, but it just sounds like a lot of work, honestly. Super Chewy asked, I probably missed it, but what type of structure or contour are you on or usually look for Walters? This is a somewhat featureless basin that we're fishing. or it's not basin, but like a flat kind of. And yeah, it's mostly featureless. But this time of year, naturally you're looking for any types of structural breaks that you can get to safely. Or, like, I love weeds. Setting up in the weeds for walleyes is a big deal this time of year. Or, rock piles and stuff like that. Anything that you can get to somewhat close to shore. Alright, that's enough oxygen for those minnows. Todd said he's not going to sleep until he sees a 6-pound walleye. Well, that might be tough because I might not be getting a 6-pound walleye for you tonight. I might be going to bed before I see one of those. Best advice for someone who wants to become a bigger part of the ice fishing industry, photography and videography skill acquired. My biggest advice would just be to create content, and if you make good content, that's kind of like the main deal. That's the thing. That's what I'd recommend doing. Make good content, whether it's on YouTube or social media or whatever. And yeah. Do I have bottom fill on? I don't think so. I've only used this unit a few times, and I've played with the settings a little bit, but I don't remember putting bottom fill on. I don't think so. I'm kind of fishing like north of the sunny beach access is where I'm at, roughly. $20 to set the rattle reels. Well, I have one rattle reel down right now, but I can put a second one down if it means I'm gonna make $20 in the deal. How far offshore am I? I'm not very far. I don't know if math and distances are hard, but I would say there's a walleye under us, and we should try and catch him maybe. He was going right for the stinking rattle reel. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. He already hit it. What's going on here? Well, the rattle reel is not spinning. Did I accidentally lock it too tight? I did. I locked it a little bit too tight, I think. Well, we'll see. Uh-oh. There we go. I have to get a hook in my mouth, or in my hand. All right. Whew. That's a walleye. That was a weird interaction. But we have a walleye. And this is the ugliest walleye on the stinking lake. Just wait till you see him. Alright. Is this side ugly too? Let's see, where's the ugliest side? I almost like don't want to touch him, it's weird. Alright. Here he is. He's got stuff on him. It's actually like also one of the nicer walleyes we've got tonight. But yeah, so it's got some nasty growths, and what I really like to do with these little growths on there is like I just like to cut them off and fry them up later, kind of like walleye cheeks. How do I show that to you? There's more of them on the tail there. So anyway, it's another red lake walleye. The warts. Look, he's even got a wart like on the tip of his tail there. But he's a big wart guy. I'm going to try not to catch his warts. Anyway, this is actually maybe one of the nicer ones. This one's like 20-ish. Yeah, probably right around 20 inches. I don't have a bump board, so can't help there. So anyway. That one just like straight up beelined it. Straight up beelined it past my jigging rod and drilled the rattle reel. So jig 'em up with the $20 donation. I appreciate you, man. Very much appreciate you. And look at that sticker thing that came with it too. Kind of an exciting little sticker thing. Well, thanks for watching on here. And thanks for the donation to support the stream. Helping pay for the propane tank or propane that we're running. Keep us warm. So, anywho. My computer says 15% battery. So actually we may be forced to cut this thing within the next 15 minutes. Maybe less, knowing the way this computer rips battery at the back end here. But thanks to Jig 'em Up for helping make this thing happen. And that Aaron Fingerson, he's kind of a troll. I must have had the rattle reel just like a teeny bit too tight in the tension there. I did find it strange that it was pulling like that, or that it didn't pull the rattle reel. He said, I was just going to offer $20 if the rattle reel went off, and I was typing that when the fish came in, so I had to donate. Had to donate to the minnow fund. Lymphocystis usually appears as a cluster of white or creamy colored warts or fleshy growths erupting from the skin or fins of a walleye. Well, thanks for the 2 cents on that, Holly. Holly Crapsicle or Holy Crapsicle. All I want to know now is if it's contagious, because I definitely touched a couple of those warts. So Jess said I gotta reset the rattle reel, but I do gotta say, I would gladly reset the rattle reel, but now my computer's at 10%. So I think I'm actually just kind of like wrapping this video up is what's gonna happen. And I think once I wrap this live stream up, I don't think I'm gonna have a rattle reel down tonight. I think I'm just gonna sleep. I'm kind of like more excited about sleeping than like a walleye coming and eating while I'm trying to sleep. So oops, did I just mess something up? View. Okay. I feel like there it is. Okay, now I can see the chat again. I just messed that up. So okay. Alright, well, it looks like you guys are all saying goodnight now. So you guys are bailing me out here, giving me the go-ahead, saying, hey, it's totally fine if you gotta get out of here. Look at you guys are just gems of people. Anybody who's willing to watch this late is just a gem in my book. So I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed all y'all that came, and some of the people in the comment section here saying goodnight. You guys were here like 5 hours ago, so that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. You guys stuck around through the whole dang thing. So looks like 213 people on right now. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. 8 walleye. 8 walleye is not a bad little session here. If I was back home on Gull Lake, Pelican, something like that, that would have been like ridiculous. That would have been like as good as it can get. But even on Red Lake, you know, the way the bite has been going, eight fish is not bad. So I think is a pretty darn good showing. Yeah, and thanks for everybody who watched all the way to the end. So I think I've decided on a date for the next live stream. So I'm thinking that I'm gonna do it